Meanwhile, Cubs beat the Brewers, Phillies beat the Dodgers to force Game 4 in the NLDS.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
2 questions to start the show today. Why did the Mariners lose yesterday, and how do they get this done and pull this off in Game 5 tomorrow? Michael Bumpus with me. Obviously, we're live from Seahawks headquarters, so if anything sounds a little weird, that's why that is. We're remote today, but we're still starting
Someone's
with
always
Mariners.
like, you sound sick.
You sound like you're in a bathroom.
My bad, dog.
Well, we're not, but we are also getting to the huddle coming up at noon. So we're going to start heavy Mariners with the show, and then we're flipping at noon, and we're going Seahawks to get you ready for this upcoming game against the Jags. An early start to this one on Sunday. Right now, though, talking Mariners. This was just a bullpen collapse bump, and I think that you feel not you, but like in general, people feel one of 2 ways about this. Number one, you think that this was just something that happens. You turn to Gabe Spire, who's been great for you, and it just didn't work out. You turn to Bizzardo, who's been solid for you, and it just didn't work out. That a bullpen collapse is just part of baseball, and that's just going to happen. You're facing a playoff lineup, even if they've been quiet, and that is baseball. Or you think that there was an element of decision-making control at play here, and someone somewhere made a mistake. So I feel like people feel one of 2 ways about it. Let us know what you think, 866-979-3776. Bump, why'd they lose yesterday?
I feel both. I feel like some decisions were made that I didn't agree with, but I'm not the one making decisions. I would have kept Canzone in. I don't know. I would have just kept him in.
I didn't like that one.
My man drives in a run, and we take him out. I get the matchup situation. I would have left Miller in a little longer, maybe. I know in our text thread you were. I would have done
the opposite. I would have taken him out sooner.
Yeah, I would have kept him in a little longer. And then you saw the arms that you wanted to see. We talked about it yesterday. Okay, who do you feel comfortable giving the ball to? Okay, Spire, Bizzardo, Brash, and Munoz. We weren't going to see Munoz once this thing got out of hand. He wasn't going to just kind of waste that arm there. They lost because pitching wasn't on point. Miller gives up 2 earned, Spire gives up 2 earned, Bizzardo gives up 3 earned, and then once Vargas got the ball, when Vargas comes in that situation, you know the game is pretty much over. It's like, all right, well, we're maybe something can happen, but we're just pretty much playing for Friday. And then you got Julio is 0 for his last 9. I mean, Polanco was 0 for 4 yesterday. Only 1 extra base hit.
I felt bad because it was like the Naylor game. Like, suddenly he's having the best game ever, and it just doesn't get done.
Yeah, what happened was the Detroit Tigers, despite how they ended their season, how they got into this whole thing, their playoff lineup had a playoff lineup kind of day. Without Carpenter, their guy, doing anything. You got Torres, who has 2 hits. McKinstry, who's done nothing this playoffs. Nothing. Has 3 hits and drives in a run. It was a complete collapse by the squad, from decision making to the bats to the arms. It was a collapse. It was bad and not good.
There were 3 things I didn't love about this one. The first you already talked about, with pinch hitting Raible for Canzone. I get that you're going for the righty-lefty matchup, lefty-righty matchup, whatever. I understand the logic behind it. I just think that Dom in your lineup overall makes you better as a team. He's also not absolutely atrocious in that situation. Just leave him. He's had a solid day, has an RBI. Like, just leave him in the game. Again, I still always defer to a manager, always defer to a team that knows more than I do. But when that happened in the moment, I texted you guys and I said, I don't love this. Like, Luke Raley is a person, great. Don't love this decision right now. Dom's been solid. The second thing I didn't love is I wondered if going to Spire in that moment would backfire, and I wondered if it would backfire because it seems like this whole series has been AJ Hinch anticipating exactly what Dan Wilson might or might not do and then somehow having a better response. And maybe I'm being biased in my reading of this because I have nerves, and so I'm gonna look at it in a slightly more negative way, right? I think the way you're nervous about something or you're anxious about something, you tend to look at it in like a reactionary negative way. But Dan Wilson, going to cut 3 here, Matt, Dan Wilson said that, look, I thought that they'd pinch hit there. I thought that's the move that AJ would then make, and I still felt good. Take a listen.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we anticipated that the move that they were going to pinch hit there, but still liked the way Gabe matches up, and he throws the ball so well. and has, right-handed, left-hand, doesn't matter. And, they were able to get to him today.
So, again, that's when they put Gabe Spire in for Bryce Miller after Detroit tacks on a run. They're going for this matchup, and then A.J. Hinch puts in Jahmai Jones instead of Parker Meadows, and this is Dan saying, like, I thought that he'd do that, and I still like this matchup. So, in the moment, I watched it and went, what are you doing? Like, this is going to be bad. Jones was one of their better bats in September, one of the only Tigers kind of doing his job. And then the third thing that I didn't love was just from the offensive side of things. Now we're getting to player execution as opposed to something Dan has control over. You've got runners on. You got a chance to foot to neck in this moment, belt to you-know-what, and continue to add on, and you just tack on a single run, which in the playoffs is difficult, so I understand. But I think that in the fourth, the Mariners offense coulda, shoulda, woulda done a lot more there, and maybe this game feels a bit differently.
Yeah, you had some opportunities, and they weren't. They just left some out there. I mean, you're 2 for 7 runners in score position. Like you said, you have some guys out there. The bases have some traffic. You're not able to drive them in. And then, so far, if Julio does not perform, this team has not won in the playoffs, right? He performs for 2 games. You're close. You win 1. You get away with 1 without him performing. But he's the glue. Cal is the superstar. He's the foundation. He's the reason why they are here. But if Julio does not have a decent game and it doesn't drive runs in, this team is not going to perform. And I think Miller did okay. He did what I thought he was going to do, honestly. I was hoping to get 4, maybe 5 innings out of him. At one point, he was looking good enough to where I thought you might get 6 out of him. But then I felt like, okay, if you turn it over to the bullpen and you got Spire and Brazzardo, then you have a chance. It was all about execution and decision-making. End of the day, the guys who are in the dugout, who have the uniform worn, just didn't make the right decisions, in my opinion, and then they did not execute when needed. The Tigers just got hot. Like, they're not going to put up 9 runs again. I'm going to go out there and say it on Friday. The Tigers will not put up 9 runs
First
again.
time in a postseason they've done it since 68, their last World Series trip?
Yeah.
You would know this, you baseball weirdo.
Well,
Yeah,
it's true.
They're not going to do that
Bullying.
again. They're not going to do it. And you picked a heck of a day to go cold. You started off, it looked like, okay, the bats are doing decent. You get through 5 innings, you have 3 runs. You think you'll tackle in a few more, and you should be okay. This is playoff baseball, man. And like I said, to start the show, it doesn't matter how the Tigers got here. It doesn't matter how their season ended, what happened. They are a playoff-worthy team. And you got to take them seriously. And it's coming down to a Game 5.
I'll tell you what I like about this one before we hit break here. Let's go to cut 6. It was the tone. You saw a lot of the Mariners beat reporters, Adam Jude included, Daniel Kramer talking about how the vibe in the clubhouse, the tone from players was overall positive and it's maybe surprisingly upbeat. And you can hear it in cut 6, Cal's voice here.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of resiliency in this club, and I have confidence in the guys that we're going to go out and play good baseball. We know it's going to be tough, but we're up for the challenge, and that's what you have to do this time of year. You have to face good pitching, you face good teams, and there's going to be challenges and bumps in the road, and we're up for it for Friday. Yeah.
As nervous as Mariners fans, I'm sure, are right now heading into this 5:08 start time on Friday for Game 5, winner take all. I think that the players sure sound pretty confident, so that's at least good news. Headline rewrites coming your way next.
Yesterday marked 30 years since the greatest moment in Mariners franchise history.
Swung on and line down the left field line for a base hit.
That was a Game 5, just like the one coming up tomorrow at T-Mobile. Don't miss the next great Mariners moment, the one we'll be talking about 30 years from now. Where will you be listening for the next?
And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
First pitch tomorrow at 5:08.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
It's beautiful outside. I'm trying to take advantage of this weather and get out on the motorcycle as often as I can while the weather is here. And I've heard from a lot of you the same exact thing. I've also heard from you guys about injuries you've sustained in a motorcycle accident. And if you're somebody that's been injured in a motorcycle crash, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. Look, every rider has a story, and for some, it takes an unexpected turn. But you don't have to face it alone. With the Law Tigers, they make sure you get what you deserve when you need it. And in Washington, every motorcycle ride writes its own chapter, from the coastal twists of Highway 101 to the rugged beauty of Stevens Pass. And when the unexpected happens, Law Tigers are ready to ride with you. So again, if you've been hurt in a motorcycle crash, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. They are not just attorneys. They are actual riders who know the road and the risks. Whether you're carving through the Cascade Loop or exploring the scenic routes of Mount St. Helens, Law Tigers are the motorcycle lawyers of Washington. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Cook Law Office, PLLC, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Raible here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees. We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends at PCF Construction. It was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, the Blue Jays advanced to the ALCS last night after knocking off the Yankees in 4 games. What's the real headline?
A real MVP takes the series to 5. That's
right.
That's my MVP. You know what I'm saying? Like a real MVP pushes that to 5. TBD whether they win or lose, but at least they got 5 games.
Yeah, we're going to hear this sound. This is the greatest part of this.
You want to take a listen?
Toronto winning is this sound right here.
So this is going to be Cut 10 on Fox's post-game show where, of course, you got Big Papi Ortiz and Vlad Guerrero Jr. having some fun making fun of the Yanks.
Dale. The Yankee lose. The Yankees lose. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, let's do it again. The Yankees lose. The Yankees lose. Let's go, baby.
But you don't take it personal. I get it.
One more. The Yankees lose.
See, the problem with Derek Jeter is he's got no personality. Like, his whole personality is just the brand of Derek Jeter as, like, an iconic player. But, like, no other. Yeah, he's kind of bland. And so it's just, you can see him gritting his teeth. It's so funny. It's so funny.
The best part is the accent. The accent makes it that much better. Da Yankee lose. I love it, man. I watched it several times last night.
Just
and you're sitting there with 2 Yankees.
Yeah, what are they going to do?
Yeah,
what are they going to do?
Take it on
you
the
know
chin.
what? I want to continue to talk about this post game that they had because, number one, it was Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter, not really holding back, particularly A-Rod, when it came to criticizing the Yankees front office or maybe the way that they were winning. And I kind of took issue a little bit. Now, they know more about how the Yankees are constructed than I do, but I did kind of like pause. My ears perked up a little with hearing like, you can't be too reliant on home runs. Like, you need to turn to average. You need to turn to whatever, like very much an old school baseball conversation. My thing is the Blue Jays out-homered the Yankees. That's how they won. The Blue Jays out-homered the Yankees, and the Yankees pitching allowed way too many runs from the Blue Jays. That's why the Yankees lost. They didn't lose because they're overly reliant on the home run. Like, they still had a solid average for this. It's not like they're a bad offense by any means. Like, what do you mean overly reliant on the home run? Yeah, they out-homered every single team, but slugging is by far like one of the most valuable things you can have in the postseason. And guess what? The Blue Jays out-slugged you.
The Yankee lose.
What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline 2, the Eagles, coming off their first loss of the season, take on the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football. What's the real headline?
Let's see if another Philly team bounces back this week.
Let's go, Jaxson Dart. Upset. I'm calling it right now.
Really?
Jaxson
With
Dart
confidence?
and the New York Football Giants are going to upset Philly without neighbors out there.
Did you see Brian Dable kind of trolling a little bit?
Nah.
So Brian Dable in a press conference said something like, yeah, you see A.J. Brown, he seems like he's open a lot.
Receivers were always open. All right, we're 7-11.
Brian, you know what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing.
I like that. I don't think they're going to win, but I'm still going to call the upset. Man.
He wants to see if A.J. Brown's going to just retweet, what he said.
There's a lot going on in Philly right now. A team that's 4-1 has a lot of drama around them. They're not extremely explosive. The run game is not what it used to be. A.J. Brown isn't getting the targets that he wants. There's some stuff going down, but they're one of those teams that are so talented that eventually I think they're going to figure it out and be just fine. But I'm calling it today. Jaxson Dart, the legend of the turtleneck and chain, continues tonight. Let's go, Dart.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the puck drops on the Kraken season tonight against the Ducks at 7 p.m. What's the real headline?
And the shoe drops on their season at approximately 7:01.
They're bad.
They're not going to be good. They're not going to be good.
Hey, are they playing the Mighty Ducks or just the Ducks?
They're just the Ducks.
Does it matter? They could be playing real Ducks, and you'd still be like, I don't know. We'll see if Buccaneers can step up.
Hey, everyone has a chance. The start of
Really,
any
Bump,
season.
did you say that and mean it with your heart?
The start of any season is like the start of math class at the beginning of the year. Everyone has an A. You just got to keep that A.
Okay, Bump.
It gets harder, and it gets
Okay.
harder. You get more equations, more formulas, and you slowly start to lose thyself. So right now, I'm in it with the Kraken, okay? I'm going to support my team because they're in this city. And they're the Kraken.
Kraken allowed 262 goals in 2024, 3.2 per game, fourth most in the Western Conference. They're projected to be one of the worst teams, not just in the West, but in the league.
Projections per schmections.
There's actually a really good prospect who could go number 1 overall. His name's Gavin McKenna. That's kind of like who everybody's playing for this year.
Wow, so we're really,
that's what we're playing for?
Yeah, that's what we're playing
ahead,
for.
hours ahead of
Those
puck
ping
drop
pong
going.
balls, baby.
Hey,
For real?
Bump, this
We're
is
really going to do this?
Look, as someone who grew up a Lakers and
Come
Dodgers
on.
fan, let me tell you what. Life is
on,
different.
man. You
Life
gotta-
is different on the other side.
Hey, I need to see them lose 5 straight first, okay?
Now, I will say
I
this.
think you'll
What-
see that multiple times this year.
Listen. What happens if Matty Beniers and Shane Wright have better seasons than people expect?
I still
Not
don't think
enough.
it's going to matter
think
much.
it's enough.
Still need
This is me
goaltending.
trying my very best to be devil's advocate, and I just couldn't do it.
How you being devil's advocate when you started this whole thing talking about how bad they're going to be and how I
I
shouldn't
just
be
thought I'd
supporting
throw some spice on that one and kind of see where I could take it off the rails, back on the rails. Where are we going with it? But no, I don't feel confident about this season at all, which is really frustrating, right? Because even if you made the playoffs sooner than you expected, okay, then change the timeline. We've had this conversation a million times, but I want to get back to it here for 30 seconds. Then change the timeline and be more aggressive. This is not an aggressive front office. That's a huge part of their problem. Bump, you know this.
I do, but it's 0-0. Okay?
No, that's sweet of you.
No puck
That's
has been
kind.
dropped yet. No goals have been scored. No power plays have been won or lost. We're in this until we're not.
Love that. I love that. I love that. We want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seattle Seahawks game on Monday, October 20th against the Texans. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, you should. But text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, October 13th. Also, as a reminder, having the app in general, which you can get from the App Store, it's free, is just a great way to check out the latest podcasts, interviews, articles, news alert updates, and then also when there are simultaneous broadcasts between Seahawks and Mariners, which thank goodness, because it's so awesome, has happened in October so far. You can easily swap between both broadcasts right on the app. All right, well, back to the Mariners. Let's talk about what went wrong yesterday and, more importantly, how they get this done tomorrow in a winner-take-all Game 5. Rowland-Smith joins us next on your home for the Mariners pennant push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Tomorrow, it all comes down to one win-or-go-home showdown at T-Mobile Park.
Listen to the roar of the crowd again. Swing and a miss, and he struck him out.
I would say we believe in each other and we're ready to fight.
It's a win-or-go-home Game 5 against the Tigers at T-Mobile. Tomorrow, first pitch at 5:08. And there's only one place you can hear the American League West champion Mariners in the playoffs. On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound.
Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years of living in our home, our window seals started breaking. That's when I called Harley Exteriors. They're huge fans of our teams and regular listeners at the station, but what really sold me was their Olympic Series windows, built right here in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. They're beautiful windows that last up to 60 years, and they'll help with noise, too. Harley Exteriors knows you've been spending a ton on playoff tickets, so they have a special deal for Seattle sports listeners. No interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off, and take another $200 off your entire project. They're the friendliest team and so easy to work with. You call the number and the person on the other line asks, "How can I make you smile today?" Just give them a ring and tell them you heard our ad. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin. Muckleshoot. The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump System from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings, and every quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at homecomfortalliance.com.
Happy 40th birthday to us at Pacific Power Batteries. Since 1985, we've learned that our customers seem to appreciate product knowledge and helpful advice about anything battery related. At Pacific Power Batteries, we like to sponsor smaller community causes and teams because they have a real community connection, sort of like a battery to a starter. Does that make sense? I'm Steve Alman, and all of us hope to connect with you soon at one of our Pacific Power Batteries stores.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Watch high school football live Saturday afternoon for the Seattle Sports Game of the Week. Presented by STSPN, number 21 ranked Bothell Cougars host the Woodinville Falcons live from Popkini Stadium in Bothell.
Coach Banter, what's up, baby?
Watch the game live Saturday at 1 p.m. exclusively on the Seattle Sports app, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page. For full 2025 matchups, visit seattlesports.com/highschool. Back to the Mariners here, coming off a tough loss to the Tigers, heading to a winner-take-all Game 5 in Seattle. Ryan Rowland-Smith joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. As a reminder, Ryan's weekly visit brought to you by Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Ryan, how's it going?
Doing well. Excited for tomorrow, that's for sure.
Really, really excited. I don't want to spend too long eulogizing that game, but I do want to go back and kind of lean into some of your analysis here. I think that the debate that not just like Bump and I were having with listeners, but I think I saw most people having online following this one is whether there was an element of control here with like bad decision making or bad swing decisions, or whether this was just a collapse that happens in this case of the bullpen. What did you see from this one? Why did the Mariners lose?
Well, it was interesting, right? The minute I saw Casey Myers out of that game, and they started, and from the Detroit side, and seeing all of a sudden AJ Hinch starting to get really cute with some of these decisions, and on top of that too, seeing the Mariners, put up runs early, I'm like, okay, this is over. This is it. The Mariners they're golden, because if they can score early, put up a bunch of runs, and then all of a sudden get deeper into that bullpen, good things are going to happen. But the games are just so different, and the way you have to treat them are so different too. You have a situation where you've got Gage Spire, who no other person you want in a situation to lean on in that spot. But he's in a situation where he's running on fumes a little bit. You ask him to sit down, you ask him to face righties, you ask him to get back up, you ask him to be 96 and make perfect pitches every single time. It's tough, and really it's his first time doing it. So you got to factor some of that stuff in, and the more times you go to the well, the more chances that randomness is going to happen. And so you look at all that and say, look, you got to tip your cap. The Detroit Tigers, all of a sudden, the middle of that lineup, Cole Keith, Torkelson, they hadn't done anything all series long, and all of a sudden they woke up. They're in those middle innings, which has always been the case in those middle innings. So it's super crucial. But I keep going back to, as I think about these games, I keep going back to the Mariners trying so desperately hard at the trade deadline to get that extra bullpen piece. And that's where, man, you really feel the weak point for this team, bridging that gap to get to the eighth and ninth inning.
What do you make of, to start this series, Julio's on fire. He's making plays, driving runs in, and now he's gone a little cold. What have you seen out of 44?
You know what? Honestly, you can call it one game. I feel like as everything gets so magnified, he had a huge – a couple big moments back at home, and then all of a sudden, he got to Detroit and kind of not the same. But I'm going to, put it down to, one or two at-bats, which has kind of been the difference. And Bum, you would text me during the game in regards to some of the decision-making and everything. Isn't it amazing how magnified every little thing gets? And it could be that, like, for example, right, Tarek Skubal, I just had to talk about Tarek Skubal against the Mariners. It's not a situation where you go back on paper, you look at this and say, well, the Mariners just absolutely own him. It literally came down to, when you really dissect it down to a couple at-bats. And then that was on full display with Polanco. And so you go back to Game 5 with Julio in Seattle, or with any of these guys, I don't think you look at this and say, oh, well, coming into Game 5, well, yeah, Julio, there's something different. I really think it just comes down to, do you have that discipline to lay off that one pitch to get you that 2-1 count, and then you do absolute damage? And it's going to come down to literally a swing decision on one or two pitches, which is going to be the difference. And you can look back at the end of this, good or bad. Let's say the Mariners to lose Game 5 or to win. You're going to look back and look at big picture, just like everyone with the Yankees is doing right now. Well, what went wrong? What was this? What was that? The Mariners this series, it's literally going to come down to one or two swing decisions or pitch recognition, and that's going to be the difference, regardless of who's hot and who's cold.
Heading into this Game 5, speaking of Scooble, I think that there are some Mariners fans, at least that I'm seeing, Ryan, and I'm sure you are on Twitter or on a text line saying, it's over. I don't know. Beating him once in the playoffs was great, and 4 times in a year would be a lot to ask, though, especially twice in the same playoffs. But is there a path here for Seattle? Suddenly not the betting favorite in this one, despite being at home.
Yeah, 2 things. You got to weigh him out. You have to match him, right? So I don't know, have they announced George Kirby yet? I haven't seen officially.
They haven't. No, not officially.
Okay, if it's Kirby or Luis Castillo, whoever it is, you literally you have to match him inning by inning, pitch to pitch. And that's exactly what Luis Castillo and co were able to do. So you have to treat this, if you're George Kirby, a situation where it's all hands on deck. You are pitching the 9th inning from the 1st inning onwards, and you got to match Tarek Skubal. The other thing you have to do as well is 2 things. If you can get him away from owning the inner half of the plate, he's going to go change up heavy like he always does, and that comes down to that pitch recognition. They did a great job, not just Polanco, by the way. That last game, Mitch Garver was able to do this. So was Randy Arozarena. They were able to do this back in Detroit in July. They were able to get him to a place that he wasn't owning that inner half of the plate, and it was all fastballs and that slider that's so inconsistent, even though he's probably going to win the Cy Young, and that changeup down and away. If you can eliminate that half of the plate, you're going to give yourself a chance to get him in a place where he's going to get frustrated and cough up a middle pitch like he did with Polanco. So the other 2 things, and again, this comes down to, look, I know it's Tarek Skubal, but you weighed him out. You got 9 innings to play. He's not throwing 9 innings. You have to match him pitch to pitch, put yourself in a position to win, and let one of these big bats, come down to a big moment.
Hey, Ryan, what do you think about the decision to take Dom Canzone out?
I found that interesting. I felt like, look, I'm not saying, because I talked about A.J. Hinch earlier. Look, for a couple things, Dom Canzone, I saw this in September. One thing that I love in Polanco, Canzone, I'll throw him, JP Crawford, and you say this about the Blue Jays. The reason the Blue Jays beat the Yankees is, well, number one, the Yankees start, but the Blue Jays, their ability to make contact, their ability to get a 3-2 count and put a ball in play somewhere was the difference, man. Besides all the thump and everything else, when you really boil it down. Now, the Mariners have guys, the support cast in Canzone, in JP Crawford at the bottom of that lineup, and I'll throw Polanco in there. Their ability to not just do damage, but at least make contact with 2 strikes. Canzone, I know he didn't look great the first couple of games, but he's one of these guys, man, that can do that. And number 2, he's handled lefties very well. He's done really well against lefties. And so I was a little bit surprised with that. I think it's a situation where Dan was like, okay, we've got an opportunity here with runners on base. This may be the only opportunity that this at-bat comes up, this specific point in the game. Let's make a move. I don't know if you have the bench to do that, like when you're talking about bringing in a Mitch Garver, but you do know you have some more passive plate appearance there from Mitch Garver. I'm a huge fan of Dom Canzone. I think if you give him enough runway, something's good going to happen. You got that base hit, and you feel like if he gets a chance to see a little bit more pitches and he has a chance to breathe, knowing he's going to be not going to get taken out, he's going to do good things. So I was a little surprised by that for sure.
Again, we haven't heard any official announcement on who's starting or, what Dan Wilson is open to doing in regards to maybe bringing one of the starters out of the bullpen. Is there an approach, Ryan, that, were it up to you to drop something where you're like, I feel like this gives them the best shot? Would you go like Castillo to Kirby, or would you go Kirby getting the full start before the bullpen? What kind of approach do you think can give them an edge here?
Honestly, I don't know if you guys saw what Aaron Nola did, right? So Rob Thompson with the Phillies had Aaron Nola, who's, never been an opener, pitch out of the bullpen. He basically said, you're going to throw 1 time through the lineup. And so what happened with Aaron Nola, what did he do? He emptied the tank. His velocity was up 2.5 miles per hour. His curveball, he was spinning that thing and just went as hard as he could for as long as he could. And that was going to be 2 innings, first time through the lineup, and that was it. And then they handed over to Rangers Warriors. So in that situation, if for some reason you wanted to start to get cute and break this up and you wanted to start to overthink it, I'll be honest with you, I'd probably go a Luis Castillo and say, look, Luis, we want you to just flat out empty the tank. We want you at the top of the strike zone, throwing that little running four-seam fastball in on the hands, and just absolutely let it eat until you can't throw anymore, right? We're not going home. And then from there, I think you could go with George Kirby out of the bullpen in that situation. But with saying all that, look, they know their guys so well. If it's a straight, we just want our starting pitcher to have the traditional. I think it's a situation where I would take it George Kirby, honestly, over Luis Castillo in this Game 5. But if you were going to get cute here and start to mix and match and say we want one of these guys in the bullpen, I'd probably start Luis Castillo and let him just roll through that first time through the lineup.
Ryan, the phrase that I keep hearing is it's going to be hard to beat Skubal 4 times. How do the Mariners do it, and how likely is it?
Well, like I said earlier, it has to come down to 2 things. Number one, have to eliminate the inner half of the plate, because I know everyone talks about his changeup. It's the best in the game. But when he can land pitches on the inner half of the plate, you watch the swing and miss go through the roof. And he did a really good job. If you go back and watch that game, the first 3 innings, he was just dotting up and in, up and in, up and in. And then all of a sudden, there was just a couple windows of opportunity there where he couldn't get that pitch, and there was a little bit of this pitch recognition of that changeup, leaving that pitch below the strike zone, because you're not going to do anything lower half of the plate against Tarik Skubal. And so, a situation like that, you can get to a place where you can get him to a 2-1 count, then he gets a little frustrated, and then he leaves something out over the middle of the plate. That's how you're going to have to beat him. The other thing, you just got to have to wait him out, like I said earlier.
So here's my question, and this is where my lack of experience covering a team in the playoffs comes into play here. I know that you can go to some of the same bullpen arms over and over and over in a way you never would during a regular season series. I'm concerned about just the number of lefties in Detroit's lineup. I had a ton of faith in Spire, and still do overall, who's had a great year, but I'm like, okay, so what do you do about the lefty matchups if you do want to limit or avoid Spire altogether? I know they've gone to Bizzardo every single day, so it's not out of the question, but what kind of usage do you think we see, if any, with those 2 guys who have been otherwise so reliable?
Well, Gabe's going to pitch regardless. It's just a matter of what pocket and what high leverage situation. Because let's get real, man. You only get one, right? This is the argument I made with George Kirby in that 5th inning. Everyone says, "Oh, well, Gabe Spire should have been in there. Look at the OPS third time through." And I argued against that for multiple reasons. We haven't got enough time to explain why I was with Dan Wilson in that decision. But the big one is this. Guess what? You got Riley Green. You've got Kerry Carpenter. Right? You got lefties that are going to come up in the 7th and 8th inning. Right? Exactly. Right? You have a situation that's going to come up. And look, in that instance, I mean, he threw a fastball up. I know the numbers against him and everything else. But so Gabe Spire is going to pitch. The hard thing, too, and Stacy, just to your point with these bullpen games, and I'm not huge with, it drives me insane how managers get cute and they just pull starters so quickly and then go to the bullpen. Because what happens, man, they get to Game 4, Game 5, you've seen that same bullpen with the same fastball, the same slider. They're throwing it 80% because they're running on fumes, and you get them. That's what happens. That's what happened to Gabe Spire the other day. He was in a position where he was going to fail because he's facing guys who are super aggressive righties, and it was a struggle for him. And so, but that's kind of what you're left with, right? So the bullpen, I get it. It's a huge part of this, but they're running on fumes, and you just have to continue the best you can to just keep making pitches over and over. Bizzardo, that was the difference in those 2 games. He went from making pitches to not making pitches, and it's so volatile. But I guess the bullpen's going to be a huge part of this game for the Mariners in Game 5, and you just hope that they can execute those pitches when they need to.
Ryan, are you working the game on Friday?
I am, yes. I'm actually flying home. I don't know how it sounds right now, if it sounds like I'm going nuts right now, but I'm actually I'm headed to the airport. I'm in Newark. I'm leaving MLB Network, and I'm excited. I'm doing the game pre and post on radio, so I'm very excited, very nervous, very anxious.
So if you were not calling the game, How would you watch this? Are you a stand-up, arms behind your back type of guy? Are you a sit-down, legs crossed? Are you a pacer?
Pacing.
Like what? How would you watch this game?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a pacer. I tell you that the guy who I wear out there is Bob Stelton, and I have to stop myself from texting him, stuff that I can't say on air, or if I'm mad or angry. I get pretty fired up, and I'm going to have a tough time watching that game. If I'm sitting in that press box, I might just have to go for a walk and just not pay attention because it's. I'm excited. I missed the first 2 games, man. I was out here in New Jersey, in Secaucus, New Jersey, MLB Network. So I missed the first 2 games. So I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm going to be super antsy before it, but I'm a pacer, that's for sure.
I almost hope we don't see you walking around at T-Mobile between innings or anything, because I feel like that's going to be good news for the Mariners offense. He is Ryan Rowland-Smith. Thanks, Ryan. We appreciate it, man.
Ryan.
Thanks, guys.
All right, again, Ryan's weekly visit brought to you by Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Let's turn to Bump here. And Bump, normally we do this on Wednesdays at 10:45, kind of a weird week with the ALDS happening, but I'm so glad that we still got to do this. You've got 3 things that are grinding your gears this week. I just know one of them's about the airport. I already know one of them's about the airport. Tell us what's bothering you this week with Get Off My Lawn.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
These 3 have nothing to do with sports. I'm just putting it out
You know
there
what?
right
Those
now.
are the best ones.
Nothing to do. Okay. First one. I know we're not supposed to like Starbucks. Oh, they took her team. And I get that. But I go to Starbucks.
I do.
I went this morning,
Not gonna
actually.
lie.
And you know what? There's a Starbucks on East Lake. And I'm driving across the bridge, 520. And I get to a certain point. As soon as I get next to Montlake, I put my order in. Bow, bow, bow.
Yeah.
So then I'm able, 8 minutes, I'm able to get there, pick up my order. They're like, hey, Bump, how you doing? Lisa, it's been great.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
It
My
still bothers me
favorite
that they're on a
barista.
first-name basis with
You know,
you.
hey, because I feel like I talk to people. I
You
feel
try
like
harder.
You kind of just like getting it out. I like talk to people.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to put in my order, and it keeps sending me to one at university place. I'm like, I'm not going there. Like, put in my dang order. And I go, you know what? I'll just go. I'll sit in the parking lot. I'll put in my order.
Handle it myself.
And then I'll wait there. I pull up, and my Starbucks is boarded up. There's graffiti on the window.
No.
And I go, how dare you not write me an email telling me that we're breaking up?
They abandoned you.
You just broke up with me. You
That's
just
crazy.
ghosted me. You blocked me on all your social media platforms, but they did leave me with a bunch of reward points, which I
Okay.
appreciate that. But Starbucks, man, like when people go to Starbucks, typically it's like the same one every time. And Lisa, you looked me in my eyes.
Wow. She did
about
not
a week
warn
ago.
you. Did
It
not
did
warn
not
you.
tell me what was going down.
That's crazy.
Lisa, I miss you. I hope you're okay. And Starbucks, do better. Give emails to your patrons who frequent you, because now I'm hurt. I don't know what Starbucks we're gonna go to. I don't know if I'm ready for another relationship yet.
Well, you got to just find out where your baristas went and follow them, like I do with my brow girl.
That seems creepy. If I were to, Lisa,
Lisa, it's me. I missed
I'm
you.
here.
It's me.
So yeah, come on, Starbucks, man, hook your boy up, man. Let me know where Lisa went.
What's next?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
All right, next one. Listen, let's go to the airport, okay?
I knew it.
Let's go to the airport.
I knew it.
What side of the street do we drive on here?
The right.
So why don't people walk on the right side when they're at the airport? We drive on the right side, walk on the right side. Why are you going against the grain, messing up the flow? I'm sitting there, and I'm hustling. On Sunday, I'm like, my plane lands at 8:20. I got to be by the stadium at 9. I'm hustling. I'm working. There's people just going against the grain. What are you doing? Stick with the flow of walk. And another side note, there should be a walk speed limit. Like, you must walk a certain pace, right? Not too slow. If you're old, I get it, you
Sure,
go slow. But
understandable.
some people, like, there should be a minimum
Yes.
of steps you
slow
need to
walkers
take.
drive me
Like,
crazy.
Why are you walking so slow? And then you're going against the dang grain. What are we doing? If ants can figure it out, why can't we figure it out?
Thank you.
Ants, they got a system. Bow, bow, bow,
Yeah,
bow, bow.
they're
going.
organized.
They're organized. And it drives me crazy when people, I'm like, why am I looking at you right now? Why am I looking at you? Walk on the right side. We drive on the right side. Get it done. What are we doing?
Slow walkers.
Fix it.
Nothing drives me crazier than it drives me crazy at the mall, but like no one's in a rush. At the airport, though, literally everyone is there because they have places to be.
Everyone's on a mission. We're on a mission.
No one's casually walking through the airport. Like, maybe I'll pick up something today. Maybe not. Let me just get some steps in. No one's there for that.
You know what's
So
crazy,
why
too?
are you
When
just waltzing, looking at your phone? Like,
People who shop at the airport, too. I'm like, you know you're getting ripped off, right? You know, I only get something at the airport if I'm in a pinch. Like, I really
where it's like,
need
I forgot this
something.
little neck roll or a phone charger. What are your thoughts on people who, now I'm not a parent, okay? So I understand I'm stepping out of my lane for this one. What's the rule when it comes to people letting their kids walk and then dictate the flow of traffic or like pay for things at the cashier?
No.
There are times when I'm like, hey, no offense, I get it if you're at the park and you're letting your kid walk and I can go around. Why am I stuck now behind a 4-year-old?
The airport is no place to experiment. I think I might have talked about it last week.
I wish you would.
That kid's zigzagging all throughout the airport. I'm like, grab that kid's hand, okay, and teach them. Walk on the right side. Okay, and you need certain paces per minute when you're walking.
Not
in the
even
airport.
zigzagging. Just like, look, who am I to tell you how to raise your kid? But sometimes your kid is walking 1 mile per hour in the middle of the walkway, and too many people are trying to go by you. Everyone's carrying luggage. It's not even safe for that kid to be walking there. Like, move him out of the way.
And they're taking a little cute video. Oh,
no,
little
it's not
Bobby.
cute. It's 3 p.m.
No, I got places to go.
Okay,
all right, I'm a tight schedule.
Next up.
All right.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
This one goes out to all my fellas, man. Okay. I'm turning 40 in December.
Yeah.
And some things that start to change on your body. My knees hurt for
Where
no
are we going?
reason. My back hurts for no reason. Why the heck are my nose hair growing at such a rapid pace right now? It's crazy. I gotta cut my nose hair like I gotta trim my beard every other day. It's getting ridiculous. I'm looking in the mirror and I'm like, and all the men who just don't care about their nose hair and let it grow, you have a level of confidence I will never achieve. Because if I feel like I got nose hair sticking out, I cannot confidently talk to anybody. So I bought my little nose hair trimmer or whatnot, and it's amazing. You know, it keeps it clean. But I don't like this, man. I'm getting older, and this year the nose hairs have been growing at a rapid pace.
Yeah, that's tough.
I need some type of procedure to slow this down.
That's a tough look.
Can I transfer the growth to my head? Because the nose just ain't it. I don't like it. And then I'm waiting. And older guys, I see it. It's the nose hair and it's the ear hair. I'm like, is that going to be next? Am I going to start trimming my ear hair?
Yes.
This is I'm in a midlife crisis right now. Yeah. I don't know how to feel about this.
That's tough. That's a really tough look. And I think that you're absolutely right. I read that your ears and noses never stop growing.
Yeah.
So like that's why really, really old people.
Why did I just look at your nose right now? As soon as you said that, I just zoned in on your nose.
It's going to keep growing. It's going to keep growing. And it's going to get bigger and bigger. But yeah, nose hair, ear hair, it's a tough. You know what makes me mad too is young people. Young people. Okay, can I say something about Gen Zs? I know it's not get off my lawn right now. My thing with my Gen Z kings and queens and my Gen Alpha friends and family is, when did the age of you're old get so young?
What?
Why is someone old now at 25?
Oh, yeah. That's
you know what
crazy.
I mean? Like, I swear to God, and I'm not just making this up. Tell me if you guys disagree. I swear that young people think that old starts so much sooner than I did. When I was 18, someone who was 25 was not old.
Nah.
They were just in their 20s, and I was like, I can't wait to be in my 20s living in the city.
Yeah, in their prime.
And it's just like now, and like NFL players you watch are all that age. Like, nothing about them is old.
Nah.
Now, I swear, the second you're 30, you're dead. You're a skeleton. They're like, wow, how are you alive? That's insane. I think there's like a serious case of ageism with young people, and I don't know where it comes from.
I'm okay with young people thinking 40 is old, though. I get it.
Well, sure, that's kind of been a joke. The over-the-hill joke has existed forever. But thinking that, like, 26, like saying at your big age, at 26, 25,
26,
what are you talking about?
You can party until 3 o'clock and be at work by 7, no problem.
Yeah, I just think young people are more ageist than young people used to be.
Yeah.
And maybe that's ageist of me.
Maybe.
But that's how I see it.
By the way, my men are filling me with the nose hair.
Oh, man. A lot of people experiencing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Let me tell you what, nose hair trimmers, I don't think they're very expensive.
No, I got one. I got a good one.
That feels like something that like you could get at a Target in like the when you're traveling section.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
I'd recommend it because it got ridiculous.
Well, it sounds like it's not going to stop.
It's not. The text lines are saying, yeah, nose, ears, it's going down. I'm going to be really 40 in December. This is concerning.
That's tough. But then I'm a man, I'm 40. It's just going to hit different.
It is.
It's going to be so true. It's going to be amazing. Also, I was watching this video of that moment, and there's the beginning of it when he holds up the newspaper and he goes, a mother of a child. Very underrated part of that. Someone posted that to Twitter. I was like, God, I've completely forgotten. All right, we're sticking with the Mariners here. Yahoo Sports' Jordan Shusterman joins us next on your home for the Mariners pennant push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks safety Nick Eamon-Wari.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
The LJ way is.
You look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. 2 friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there. And it was cool because you got to take them through and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with. And so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
Baseball's postseason is here. Seattle Sports Playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket, 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners dropped Game 4 to the Tigers in Detroit, 9-3 the final score on this one. Dan Wilson turned to that lefty-lefty matchup for Gabe Speier, just backfired this time. In fact, it was a complete bullpen collapse. Winner-take-all Game 5 tomorrow in Seattle, 5:08 p.m. first pitch. Seattle starter has not yet been announced. Tigers obviously will start Tarek Skubal.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Yahoo Sports' Jordan Shusterman joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. And Jordan, I was listening this morning on my way into Baseball Barbie Cast, and I was listening to you and Jake talk about Seattle's loss to Detroit. And one part of the conversation struck me, which is when you guys were debating, you know, when do you point to a manager, or how much can you really point to a manager in any game, but especially a postseason game when so much of it is also on player execution and pitch placement and swing decisions and all of that. It's hard here not to talk about Dan Wilson. It's his first postseason. There's been some critiques over the season just to wonder, God, is A.J. Hinch winning this? But I'll start with the manager conversation. To what extent did you see Dan Wilson as, in any way, responsible for what happened yesterday for Seattle?
I think it was a lower percentage, and I think, you know, the context that we were kind of bringing that up, and it's hard, and I think that, again, the postseason is when managers really take center stage, and I think when you have such a sharp contrast like we have in this one, just based on the experience, it's an easy talking point, but I also think a relevant one, right? I think in the case of the game yesterday, again, Gabe Speier's been nails, and sometimes your good players don't perform like good players, and that's as bad as you're going to see him. I mean, it was just from a pitch location, pitch execution standpoint, it just wasn't anywhere close to good enough. And it's disappointing, and it's a lot harder for, I know fans, our inclination is oftentimes to want to blame the manager or blame the front office or whatever. Like, sometimes the players aren't good enough, and Gabe Speier will be the first person to tell you that. It's a disappointing outcome, but in that case, I think, yeah, he was in the spot, in the game at the right time.
What do you think about this matchup coming up on Friday? It's Skubal. You're trying to beat them for the fourth time, but you are at home. The Mariners have had a lot of success at home. Who needs to shine on Friday for these guys to get it done?
Yeah, I mean, however they decide to roll out the pitchers, and that's where, again, Dan Wilson's going to come back into it. Now, obviously, they are going to have maybe not a scripted plan for how the game is going to go, and that's why, because you can't do that. In these postseason games, it is very clear that you have to be able to make tough decisions when the game and the script does not go accordingly. That said, they're going to have some sort of idea how they want to use Kirby, how they want to use Castillo, and those two pitchers are going to have to show up, because as we also kind of talked about on the show today, I mean, can they get to Skubal? Yes. Are they going to blast Skubal out of the ballpark? That just seems unrealistic. So I expect it to be another tight game like the first two, and they're just going to have to come up with a big hit, which, of course, they were able to in Game 2, were unable to in Game 1. They're going to have to do it in Game 5 if they're going to move on.
I think fans were probably encouraged to hear many of the Mariners beat reporters yesterday tweet, hey, the clubhouse is actually pretty optimistic. They're really hungry. They're looking at Game 5 like you'd think it would be somber given, just the absolute beatdown from Wednesday, but they're all pretty excited about Game 5. I think that was a good tone to read about, obviously. What do you think might be giving those players a lot of confidence heading into this one?
Yeah, this is something that I've thought about a lot, not just in this specific case, but as I've had the privilege of being in these clubhouses after tough games, after close games, and it really is amazing how these teams are able to kind of turn the page. And in sometimes a case like this, it's interesting because that game yesterday was kind of both. On one hand, you could say, oh, you were dominating for 4 innings, you could see the finish line, and then it all fell apart. The other way you could say is when the Tigers just roll like that and everything goes wrong after those innings, it's almost easier to kind of put that aside as opposed to, the game 1 loss, the close loss where it really lingers and you're thinking about that one moment. Yesterday, it was just the Tigers' day, and I think they feel good going back home. They feel confident because they've had the success against Skubal to a degree, and I think that they just feel good about their chances at home, which you could understand why that's the case. They've won a lot of games there recently.
What's the evolution of Dan Wilson been like? What have you seen? What are you learning, and what do you think he's learning throughout this whole process?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that he is. I will say that you definitely notice in game, and this was true even over the last couple of weeks of the regular season. I mean, I think more emotion publicly. I think just his reactions to some of the successes on the field has been a lot more just visible. It's like, all right, he's really feeling this in the same way. But I think he's the first to tell you that he's figuring out as he goes too. Obviously, he has a coaching staff that has been through some of this more recently. But I don't know. I think again, every move is going to be magnified. And like I said, I keep repeating it, but it's just a contrast. I mean, the way that A.J. Hinch talks about managing postseason baseball is above, forget just Dan Wilson. I mean, he speaks about it in more specific and eloquent and just detailed ways than really any manager we really have in today's game. And so that's what really stands out. But hey, they're both former Major League catchers. They've both, got here in very different ways. And we're going to see what both of these guys have for this upcoming game.
It feels silly asking about a bat that's going to be especially relevant against the best pitcher in the postseason. But that being said, is there a bat you look at with Seattle where you go, God, like if this guy has a great game, I feel so much better about Seattle's chances?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think because he didn't really do much in Detroit, but obviously what he was doing at home is just back to Julio, right? We've been talking about him all year. I am also still waiting for that big Randy moment. He's been kind of, he led off the game against Skubal with a hit, so maybe he's got a big swing in there, the right on left matchup. But yeah, Randy and Julio, I think at the top of the lineup are the ones I'm watching. Cal has been steady all throughout. I expect him to continue to give some quality at bats, and I mean, obviously the Polanco at bats are going to be absolute theater tomorrow at the very least, based on what happened in Game 2. So, but yeah, Julio and Randy are the ones I'm really thinking a lot about for both of those guys. You get Randy for these moments, and then of course Julio, who showed up big in those first couple games, can he kind of turn it back on in front of the home crowd? I would not be surprised whatsoever.
Hey, what did you think about Miller's performance yesterday?
I honestly, everything you could ask for. I know that you leave him in there to face Dingler. Dingler had crushed the ball in his first at-bat to center, and maybe you worry. Maybe that's a moment where you say, Dingler looked pretty comfortable, and then he ultimately starts that rally there when he faces him a second time. But, going into the game, I mean, if you said he was going to pitch into the fifth, I think you'd have to be feeling pretty good about that. And so it's been a really tough year for Bryce Miller. The fact that he even had to step up in the situation because of Wu's injury is a difficult spot for him. And just knowing Bryce Miller, the character, the personality, someone who's beloved in that clubhouse almost as much as anybody, it's disappointing the way that game unfolded because, again, it really looked like we were setting up for the story to be about him in a positive way if he was able to, get through that inning unscathed and then the bullpen could shut it down. But obviously it wasn't to be. But that effort was still important, I think, for him to even get that deep into the game, I think was impressive, all things considered.
Hey, I got a big picture question that's going to ultimately ask you to kind of, talk about your outlook for Seattle in 2026. By no means do I want to eulogize a season that could, for Seattle, still have two big series here. So that's not like the direction that I want to head in. But I was thinking about this a lot yesterday, just based on not only the way I was feeling, I'm a local, so that you know, or a lot of the tone that I saw from fans. But Jordan, if you watch the broadcast for 2 seconds, you would hear them mention at some point that Seattle's the only team to never be in a World Series. Obviously hasn't been in this place for 24 years. There are generations of fans, an entire fan base that's never seen a World Series, but generations that have experienced playoff baseball for the first time. So I think that there is an anxiety that exists with some like have-nots in baseball of, oh my God, what if we don't get back here? And while you have the Yankees that are looking at like World Series droughts, there is no doubt that they will spend. There is no doubt that that the expectation will be to get to a World Series, to get through the playoffs. I think that what a lot of Mariners fans, Jordan, might be feeling right now as they head into a pivotal Game 5, which they can still win, is, oh my God, what if this is it? What if they don't get back next year? What if this is the best that we see for a long time? So I guess even though we'll talk more when the season ultimately does wrap, whenever that ends up being, I wanted to ask about just your overall outlook for this club, and maybe in the hopes, right, that like there's some positivity or optimism.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I still think there's serious reasons to expect this team to be very good again next year, however the offseason shakes out. I mean, there's so many serious building blocks in place that there are just not a lot of teams that can lean on, and that's on both sides of the ball. And there's certainly been some questions, and certainly some of the injuries that they dealt with this year on the mound have kind of shown some cracks in that. But we know how strong the farm is. We know that they have Julio and Cal in place, and that alone, I mean, Julio and Cal alone as your position player core, like just stop right there. That is so much better than what so many other teams can lean on, that I think that you can't lose sight of that. But the opportunity is still there. I think that they have a great chance to win this game and finally, put that tagline, that common refrain that you hear on every broadcast, which, by the way, I don't blame them for saying that all the time, because it's a huge deal. I mean, it's an easy fun fact, but it's also a kind of a remarkable one, right? Because why does that fun fact hit so hard? It's because teams that have only existed for 25 years have all managed to make it, whether it's the Rays and the Rockies have been there, and the Marlins have been there, and the Diamondbacks. I mean, this is approaching a half a century of not being able to do it, and most of a half a century of not even getting remotely close. And so I know that this is a fan base conditioned to assuming that they're never going to get there again, but I also think that this team, they've built up enough to believe that they should be contending for this, at least for the foreseeable future, because of the foundation that they have in place. But that is not to take this opportunity for granted whatsoever.
Hey, what did you make of the Blue Jays Yankees series? I love the celebration of Big Papi and Vladdy at the end of that one. Did that one pan out the way you thought?
I mean, I was definitely one of the people who was falling for the Yankees' talent once they survived the Red Sox, and just thinking, all right, maybe they can. They do have enough to kind of get back at the Blue Jays for the regular season, and that was not to discount the Blue Jays, because I believe that Toronto's awesome. They earned that division title, but man, oh man, did they just take it to them. I mean, this was not even. Yes, you have that one big Judge moment in Game 3, which is of course going to linger, but the Blue Jays were the better team, and it wasn't particularly close. I mean, they have their weaknesses too, and they're not infallible, but man, did they exploit the Yankees' weaknesses. They leaned on their own strengths, and they just took it to them. And they are a really, really fun, balanced team. And we'll see, if the Mariners are able to advance, I think that would be an incredibly fun matchup because of some of the contrast in styles and just the personalities on both sides of the ball. But Vlad Jr. is a true delight. I mean, having him be a part of this postseason and really get to have his moment when you think about what he's kind of gone through, not just over the past year, but over his entire career. He is so much fun to watch, and I'm so glad that he's kind of getting to be center stage here, because he's earned it, and that whole franchise has.
I know that postseason losses can come with heartbreak for a fan base, but they also come with really fascinating conversations. Sticking with that Blue Jays-Yankees series, one of the ones that was being had by the broadcast crew afterwards was about how the Yankees were built, whether they were too reliant on the home run. I found it an interesting one because the Blue Jays out-homered the Yankees, and I don't know that that's why New York lost, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that speaks more to it's not that the Blue Jays can't hit homers. It's that the Yankees, when you get into these playoff series, and I'll be honest, like this is a very real concern with the Mariners as well. I think that when you have, and if they do advance, you're going to hear very similar talking points because you could argue that the Mariners and the Yankees offenses in some respects are built in similar ways. I think the Mariners have a little bit more, maybe it's not quite as powerful, but it's a little bit more diverse in terms of the speed and some of the left-right components. But it's the same kind of thing. There is still a good amount of the three true outcome, walk, strikeouts, and homers. I think with the Blue Jays is the Yankees clearly in these shorter series, a lot of their hitters, it's just not an approach that is necessarily conducive for high-stakes situations. Whereas, over the course of a full season, you're going to put up some pretty good numbers and win a lot of games. But if you got teams that know how to game plan against you and know how to execute, and even you're going to have games like Game 3 where it all falls apart and the Yankees score a bunch of runs, like that's going to happen. But the Blue Jays just executed, and their offense is maybe a little bit of a higher floor, especially for big games like this, because they don't strike out. They're going to put the ball in play. They're going to be able to situationally hit. So I would expect that to remain a pretty big storyline. And honestly, even if Detroit advances too, because they also clearly have, in some cases, for the most part until yesterday, struggled in a lot of those spots to kind of have productive at-bats throughout these postseason games.
All right, last one, just a quick one here, but you've got 3 more series continuing. Obviously, Detroit and Seattle. Game 5 is going to be on Friday. In the meantime, the Cubs have forced Game 4. The Phillies force another. Is there a series between these two NLDS ones that you're especially looking forward to? Yeah,
so I'm excited to just sit on my couch and enjoy those 2 games tonight.
Just eat and watch baseball.
So, I should also – yes, exactly. I should clarify because I talked about that. I'm not coming to Seattle for Game 5. If they do advance, I will be there next week. So that would be or in Detroit. We'll see how that goes. But as for tonight, it's Dodgers, Phillies. Listen, the Cubs and Brewers, I am enjoying for sure. But the star power for Dodgers, Phillies, and kind of the stakes for both those franchises is extremely compelling. And if the Phillies can force a Game 5 for how low the vibes were after Game 2, that would be quite the theater to see the Phillies back in Philadelphia on Saturday. So that's definitely the game I'm most excited to watch tonight.
Yahoo Sports' Jordan Shusterman, kind enough to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline in a very, very, very busy week and busy month for you. Jordan, thank you.
Thanks, Jordan.
Thanks, guys. Always fun.
Have a good one. Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Bump, we got a weird stat here. How's Devin Lloyd been able to lead the league in interceptions?
Devin Lloyd, a linebacker out of the University of Utah.
Now say what now?
LB has
leading the league in interceptions.
He leads the league. So I had to go back and watch the film and try to understand how is he doing this. And all he's doing is his job. That's it.
Just he can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, there was one interception he had against the 49ers to where he has the hook. So the hook is essentially, imagine him lining up over the guard and he drops about 5 to 8 yards and in between, like near the hash or whatnot. And he does a good job of getting to his spot and then looking at the eyes of the quarterback and filling the routes. Like, he is good in space. We'll talk to JP, who's either who's JP for the Jags?
He's their John Boyle, Jags reporter.
He's like a reporter. So we spoke to him and he talked about how people were surprised at just the steps that he's taken in that position. But his spatial awareness is just on point. The interception against the Kansas City Chiefs, the Jags just fooled him. They shot an all-out blitz. Pat Mahomes says, okay, I got to get this football early. All he does is drop to his spot. It's simple sometimes. You just do your job, and you will be given a gift. I doubt he leads the league in interceptions when it's all said and done. If he does, then might be the greatest performance we've seen out of a linebacker in a long time. But it's simple. He does his job. And he can catch the football. A lot of times when linebackers catch the football, it looks like they're fighting with the football. And he's not fighting with the football. He's embracing it. He's catching it like a balloon, a water balloon, or an egg. Soft hands. Lloyd, don't throw anything his way. He might pick it off.
Second down. What position group will need to have a bounce back on Sunday?
I don't know if I should call it a bounce back or just a
be there.
Just a Devin Lloyd. Just do your job. Just a Devin Lloyd type of day. And it's the defensive line because Etienne is having himself a good year running back for the Jags. He's 3rd or 4th in the league when it comes to yards. He is explosive. He is liable to break out some big plays. He has 2 games over 100 yards this year. I'm watching him and the way he moves. If you give him some space, man, he will take that thing to the house. So I'm looking for this defensive line that it's not going to show up in stats. I don't need a bunch of TFLs. Don't need a bunch of quarterback hits, which I would love both of those. But you just fill your gap. You get to where you're supposed to be, have a Devin Lloyd type of day, and just slow this dude down because Trevor Lawrence, though these guys are 4-1, Trevor Lawrence hasn't impressed me immensely when I look at the film. He's a good ball player. He's an NFL quarterback. He can make some plays. He's good with his feet. He had a beautiful throw to Brian Thomas last week on the sideline to keep these guys in the game. He's capable of doing some things, but with every offense, with most offenses, if you stop that run, you should have yourself a decent day. But Etienne he's liable to go for 110, 120 yards. So I'm looking for that defensive line just to get back to doing what they're doing. Behind the scenes type of deal. The D-line was having a meeting here in our room, the room right next to us. We couldn't really hear, but it sounded intense. It sounded like they got
I think they're focused on getting a W here.
Yeah, they're locked in.
Yeah, locked in. 3rd down. What's an interesting situation at linebacker, and why do you ignore the stats?
The league leaders in tackles, Jordan Brooks and Bobby Wagner.
Oh, no.
Both used to be here. But you know what I say? I say I still take Ernest Jones over both of those guys because of his leadership, not saying they're not good leaders, and because of his ability in the pass game. He's better in the pass game than those guys. And there's a play last week on the goal line where Ernest Jones has lit somebody up. I think it's deeper than just the tackles. Tackles can be a deceiving stat. Oh, he has 150 tackles. Yeah, but 80 of those are 5-6 yards down the field. I just love the way Ernest Jones is playing right now. I know the defense had themselves a tough day last week, but I wouldn't trade him. I wouldn't trade him for the world, Stacy. I like some Ernest Jones, man. So yes, league leaders and tackles are guys who used to be here, but I still think Ernest Jones is playing at an extremely high level.
4th down. What's something you're looking forward to seeing this weekend?
The 49ers and the Bucs are going at it.
Ooh.
Are the 49ers that good? Can they weather the storm again with Mac Jones? Can they overcome all their injuries? And then I'm looking at the Bucs. Can you continue just to roll? Baker Mayfield is having himself a great season. 10 touchdowns, 1 interception. You saw the clip of him and the Seahawks fan going back and forth. I would play for Baker Mayfield every day of the week. But the real thing is, all right, this is a test of 4. There are only 4 4-1 teams in the NFC. These are the top dogs. I mean, it's them and a couple other guys. So I'm looking forward to that game. I want to see if the Bucs can keep rolling. Can Emeka have himself another great game? And can the 49ers play team ball? Christian McCaffrey is the leading rusher and receiver for that team. Somebody's got to help Christian McCaffrey out when it comes to receiving the football. He can't do it all, but no, that is the matchup of the week for me. I'm looking forward to it.
That is also by far the best matchup that's going to be happening in that time slate, which is like the afternoon games around 1:25. Another one of those 1 p.m. starts, Titans-Raiders. I have no interest in watching that.
It's the garbage bowl.
Yeah, no thank you. Bengals-Packers?
Oh,
you mean the Packers against Joe Flacco and the Bengals? Not interested.
No, I am interested now.
No, you're not.
I want to see if Joe can do something.
No, you're not. I'm not even going to put Red Zone on for those. I'm going straight to 49ers Bucks, the actual broadcast, and I'm just watching that game. I have no interest in. Will Titans Raiders get to be on Red Zone? Will they make an appearance?
Will they be on Red Zone?
Will
That's
they make
so
an appearance? They're going to be like,
disrespectful.
and here are the Titans once again at the 40-yard line.
The
3rd and 12.
The Cheeks Bowl, as Cam Ward.
It's absolutely horrible. Sunday Night Football, by the way, you've got Lions Chiefs, and then you've got a doubleheader for Monday: Bills Falcons and Bears Commanders.
Okay.
So pretty good there. I like kind of a weird 2 weeks here where there's some matchups that just aren't great. But you know what I think part of it is that the bad teams have made it clear they're bad earlier this year.
Yeah.
You aren't having a lot. You're having some good surprises. Oh, look at the Jags. They're 4-1. Oh, the Colts. Look at them go. This is fun.
I'm still gonna watch the Raiders Titans. I want to see Geno. I'm emotionally invested in Geno.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not? You're over him already?
No,
move on so quickly.
I wanted no. I wanted and still want Pete and Geno to succeed in Vegas because it doesn't affect Seattle in any way.
No.
Like it doesn't. You're not going to play him until next year. Like, well, I find Pete to be very likable. I thought the combination was a very interesting one. I think the weird thing is Geno isn't quite playing, and I'm not just talking about the interceptions, not quite playing the same way he did here in Seattle. So for anyone who never watched him in Seattle, they're like, here go these interceptions. And it's like the the offense and him look bad. They look different.
They look bad.
This is not Seattle Geno throwing those picks, I don't think.
I was reading up on it, and people are saying that he's holding on to the ball too long, and he's relying on his arm and not his reads. But, when Geno don't trust something, he don't trust it.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
Something for everyone. Thursday Night Football, Eagles, Giants on Amazon Prime at 5:15 p.m. Game 4, Brewers, Cubs on TBS at 6:08. And the Kraken season opener against the Ducks at 7 p.m. on Kong and Amazon Prime. Is Bill Belichick on his way out at UNC? That's next on your home for the Mariners pennant push. Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Yesterday marked 30 years since the greatest moment in Mariners franchise history.
Swung on and line down the left field line for a base hit.
That was a Game 5, just like the one coming up tomorrow at T-Mobile. Don't miss the next great Mariners moment, the one we'll be talking about 30 years from now. Where will you be listening for the next?
And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
First pitch tomorrow at 5:08.
Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years of living in our home, our window seals started breaking. That's when I called Harley Exteriors. They're huge fans of our teams and regular listeners at the station, but what really sold me was their Olympic Series windows, built right here in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. They're beautiful windows that last up to 60 years, and they'll help with noise, too. Harley Exteriors knows you've been spending a ton on playoff tickets, so they have a special deal for Seattle sports listeners. No interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off, and take another $200 off your entire project. They're the friendliest team and so easy to work with. You call the number and the person on the other line asks, "How can I make you smile today?" Just give them a ring and tell them you heard our ad. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the comfort people at homecomfortalliance.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
This is where you hear your AL West champion Mariners in the playoffs. Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Is Bill Belichick on his way out already at North Carolina? Well, let's figure out what's going on here. So temperature on his seat heating up rapidly. Sides could be preparing an exit strategy. That's the rumor right now coming out of college football. Let's find out what we need to know. So college football reporter Ollie Conley not only has the details, but has since gotten viral with this thread. So we'll tell you what he says here. He says, per sources, Bill Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina's hierarchy. Belichick has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or in media. Members of Belichick's coaching staff have already spoken to other schools that are expected to be in the playoff about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, quote, "The Rats are leaving the ship." Some staffers believe a change will come within 2 weeks. Ollie continues, reports of serious recruiting violations remain under investigation at UNC. Recruiting and practice violations have already been proven by the school, according to multiple sources. Using recruit violations to knock down a coach's buyout has become a standard practice. If Belichick can't find a landing spot to trigger his own buyout, he's expected to accept a greatly reduced, compromised rate. Belichick's communication with his staff the past 2 weeks has been described as weird and distant by multiple members of the coaching staff. Multiple coaches were unable to get a hold of him, in fact, during the bye week. One UNC defensive assistant said, quote, "What we've done to these kids is messed up." That's a radio edit. That's a radio edit. So just want to underscore the severity of what that coach might have said. In addition to what's going on with the Tar Heels on the field, North Carolina has officially pulled the plug. This is, to me, the most damning part of it. North Carolina has officially pulled the plug on a planned docuseries about their 2025 season that was going to air on Hulu.
You know how much harder it is to build a program in college these days? Like, it's easier to do it in the NFL. Now, it's still hard to do, but it's easier to do it in the NFL. You got 32 teams. There is a draft. There's salary cap. There's so many things that kind of keep everyone in line. College football is just wild right now. And they gave him, I think he had one of the most expensive coaching staffs in college football. They gave him a budget. This is just, it seems like he's just in over his head. He's a great football coach. He knows X's and O's, but it's the other things that I think that are tearing him down. They've only beaten Charlotte and Richmond. They've lost to TCU, UCF, and a Clemson team that is not very good this year. I kind of feel bad for him, but then I don't at the same time. I think he gets another stint in the NFL, and then if not, I'll just get back in the media. He was actually pretty good in the media.
Now, I will say that UNC and Belichick have pushed back on this. North Carolina AD, Bubba Cunningham, and Bill both released statements Wednesday. Bill said, I'm fully committed to UNC football and the program we're building here. I will add, editor's note, that there was also a report, remember how Ollie said coaches weren't even able to get a hold of Bill during the bye week. There was a report that Bill and Jordan Hudson were like on vacation somewhere. So I don't know, maybe he was hard to get a hold of. I don't know. Bubba says Coach Belichick has the full support of the Department of Athletics and the university. Of course, going to cut 11 here, Paul Feinbaum had to weigh in on the disaster.
We're talking about Bill Belichick, who is the greatest NFL coach in history. Right now, Jeff, he's working toward being the worst coach in college football history. That's how bad he is. There's nothing to be happy about. It's an abject disaster. I feel badly for the guy because it seemed like a good idea at the time, but right now, who in their right mind would want to go play for him?
I mean,
the worst coach in college football history.
Look,
stop it.
I mean,
stop
he's
it.
2-3.
Come on,
with some big blowout losses.
The worst coach
only got
in
5
college
games.
Football history.
Only got 5 games.
Paul, you're stressing me out, Paul. You stress me out.
A 2-3 start. If you go 2-3 with blowout losses, and then you
worst
is
in college football.
Is he worse than Paul Wolf?
No, exactly. Ty Willingham with UW.
Watch your mouth.
Come on, man.
He was a tone setter. Okay.
That's crazy to me. Calm down, Paul.
Oh, God. Okay. So anyways, this story is still developing. Just the latest is Bill and the school pushing back, saying that's absolutely not what's happening. And then multiple reports from college football insiders, including that one from Ollie Conley and, of course, Paul Feinbaum, saying this is weird. The weird things are happening at UNC. It very much looks like this is a head coach who's on his way out because he wants to find something else he likes doing better. And this is just maybe not the opportunity he thought. Maybe there's these recruiting violations that are just frustrating to him because he's like, I haven't had to deal with recruiting violations. This sucks.
I didn't know I can do that.
I didn't know I couldn't do that. What do you mean? What's wrong with taping opponent practices? What are you talking about?
I can't talk to this 10th grader.
I thought it was fine to deflate these footballs. I've always gotten away with it.
He doesn't look happy, I'll tell you that.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't look like he's having fun.
Absolutely not. Okay. More from college athletics here. The College Sports Commission has launched an anonymous tip line that allows anyone to confidentially report potential rule violations, this is going to get messy, around third-party NIL deals and revenue, directly sharing it to the College Sports Commission. So here's how it works. There are reports that can be submitted via text message, email, or like an online form. So you don't have to download an app or anything. You can just anonymously text. You're protected with your identity. So all identifying information, including phone numbers, are completely masked, allowing two-way communication without compromising the reporter identity. And then the staff, the College Sports Commission can follow up for additional details or clarification, but otherwise this is completely anonymous. Individuals can choose to identify themselves, but it's not required. So how soon until Curtis submits an anonymous report about Arizona State?
Hey, UW, watch out.
It's just going to be bumping Curtis, sending in reports about
probably by the end
Sun
of this
Devils
segment,
and Huskies.
Yeah.
Curtis, it's like I can hear your keyboard clicking in the background, and I already know that you're submitting reports about like unauthorized under the table NIL deals being given to Arizona State players.
Sam Levitt, I heard that, he's running a sweatshop. Like that's what I heard. Yeah. I'm just saying.
I heard Sam Levitt's running a sweatshop.
Yeah, that's right. Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's what I heard. Bump, what are you hearing about the Huskies?
I'm hearing that they're paying for young kids in 5th grade lunches. They're paying their lunch bills.
That's actually really
nice,
sweet.
Yeah, but it's illegal. Still illegal.
That's right.
That's really nice.
They gave them jelly to put on their bagels when they could only have butter per NCAA rules.
Hey, this is the biggest snitch hotline of the world.
That's exactly what it is.
Hey, snitching. They just open up the floodgates. There are going to be so many false accusations on this whole thing.
Are
crazy.
we telling on ourselves by saying something like, do you guys remember when voicemails were a thing?
Voicemails.
No, and I'm not talking about like your phone having voicemail. I'm talking about when I was
Answering machine.
Yes, when I was really little. Okay, there used to be a thing where, if I'm remembering this correctly, people could have voicemails unconnected to your phone. So it would be like a voicemail, and then your voicemail, hey, this is Stacy, leave a message, and then it would be 4 minutes of a song, and then you could leave a message.
Oh, you got the song playing while you're talking. Hey, what up? This is Bob.
So
I ain't here right now.
When we were little, we would constantly call just random. You'd punch in a random number, and then you'd leave some dumb. You're a child.
Yeah.
I forget even what they would be, but
prank calling. You think kids do that anymore? Just punching a random number?
I don't think you can prank call anymore. They're not
too
like
much
us.
caller ID.
Yeah, like I don't think maybe you could star 6-7, but like most people don't answer because of scams. Like there's a huge part of culture that kids are missing out on. They can't prank call.
Fun.
They can't prank call anymore.
I used to love that.
I used to love prank calling. And you know what else kids can't do? You can't have a call where someone calls someone and then you pick up the line and you cover it and you listen in.
What about
it's just not like that anymore.
Ding Dong Ditch? You ever play Ding Dong Ditch?
No, I wasn't a fast runner.
Get caught real quick. You just fall.
No,
I
was
like Trevor Lawrence the other day.
I told this to Curtis the other day. If anyone's seen Stand By Me, I'm Vern. And I grew up being Vern, and I never wanted to get in trouble and was always like, guys, I don't know. That was me as a kid. I'm shocked I even made prank calls. But yeah, the children today are missing out on a pivotal part of growing up, and that's really a shame. Let's bring it back. Let's bring back landlines so that they can specifically make some prank calls. We want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks game on Monday, October 20th against the Texans. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, text the word app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter the daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, October 13th. What I need to know come your way next. Get your questions in 866-979-3776.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks safety Nick Eamon-Wari.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Things are getting spooky around here. Bump here and fall is my favorite time of the year, obviously for football, baseball players, fall golf. The leaves are turning and seeing everyone dressed up in their funny costumes. What's not to love? This year, I want to start a new tradition. Make the easy drive up north on I-5 to Silver Reef Casino Resort. They have everything you need. Deluxe rooms where you can actually spread out and feel relaxed and comfortable. I can head downstairs and watch the games on their big screens at the sportsbook while grabbing a bite to eat. Then head outside for a tea time at Loomis Trails Golf Course. They have rates you can't beat for a course that nice. There's water, trees, it loops back into the forest where you feel like you're the only group out there for a couple of holes. While golfing, the missus can check out the spa. We'll meet back up for a delicious dinner at either the steakhouse or the cantina. Sounds like an awesome trip. You should do it off exit I-5 exit 260, silverreefcasino.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps your meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of the video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Cancer impacts so many families, including mine. Former Washington Husky Mario Bailey here. My mother was treated for cancer at UW Medicine. As devastating as cancer is, there is hope because the Cancer Vaccine Institute is developing vaccines to treat and prevent the deadliest cancers. Patients who received vaccines over 20 years ago are still alive today. Please join me and make a donation to the Cancer Vaccine Institute at local Safeway stores. Learn more at uwcvi.org.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Just like our favorite baseball team, Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington is stepping up to the plate. Mention Go Seattle when you book, and you'll knock it out of the park with 15% off and 12 months, no payments, and no interest. Schedule today before this deal is gone.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What I need to know, 866-979-3776. Text your questions in. It's just going to be prank texts. I'm going to get 50 texts. If is your refrigerator running? First question. Have you ever been interviewed by another radio station or gone on another station where it was clear that the host had done zero homework on the Seattle team they were asking you about?
Yes, but I also think that that's why you're on that show.
Right.
To inform them about the team.
Yeah.
So as long as they know the basics, it should be fine. That's why you called me, to help you, learn about the team.
I think it's more jarring when someone who's, let's say, like it's a national broadcast covering a Seattle team and they've done zero homework. Like if they're just having you on, yeah, like if I bring on someone who covers the Arizona Cardinals, I'm going to have like a basic overview, but I don't cover your team.
Exactly.
I want to ask you, like, does this matter?
You know what was embarrassing, kind of? When the Mariners won at home the other day, the FS1 broadcaster was like, their first playoff win in 24 years. I'm like, no.
They messed it up a little. Messed it up a little bit.
You missed that part of the note. I know it wasn't on purpose, but yeah, I was like, oh.
That to me is the most unforgivable thing, because it's like, look, there's never going to be more than 2 teams playing. So there are 2 teams you need to learn about here. And I think maybe sometimes people go in like, I'm going to roll on confidence and my underlying knowledge about these teams. Yeah. And you're like.
Or maybe sometimes they just missed the note that the producer gave them.
Yeah.
And just misread it.
What I need to know. How many starting pitchers will pitch tonight to win Game 5? I don't think any tonight.
None, huh?
I don't think anyone shows up.
It's going to be a bullpen day.
This game's tomorrow.
Position players only. Let's even it out.
I am
I mean, you can still
wondering.
tune in tonight. That'd be great.
You can still tune
Yeah.
in. You can absolutely tune in. Seattle Sports app. I think it's going to be Kirby, but what do you guys think?
I think
For
it's
tomorrow.
Kirby.
For tomorrow,
I
listener.
think so too.
Yeah, Kirby.
You think now? Here's what I think the listener also wants to know. Do you think it's a starter starting and then a starter out of the pen?
Yes. I think you bring.
So it's
bring
like,
the
oh,
big
we
dog.
start Castillo and then we bring out Kirby. Curtis, what do you think? Bump says yes.
I think it's more. If we do see 2 starters go tomorrow, I think it's more likely that Castillo starts than Kirby comes out of the bullpen.
Kirby has, I mean, it would make sense coming out of the pen for just his stuff. This is a great question, an important one. Isaac and Everett, what's the best barbecue side and why is it mac and cheese?
Mac and cheese for sure.
But is it?
Yes,
But is it?
it is. Mac and cheese for sure.
I love biscuits and / cornbread, depending on where you're getting your barbecue.
Oh, cornbread's a really good one.
Miss me with mac salad.
What?
Yeah, it's a no for me.
Oh, huh?
Yeah, like Randy
What about
Johnson
coleslaw?
once said, it's a no for me,
Like
dog.
coleslaw?
Nope, I don't like cold.
Food.
No, I don't like cold foods that should be hot.
Coleslaw should
And
not be
hot
hot.
foods that should be cold. I don't like fruit pie, and I don't like mac salad or potato salad. Potatoes and pasta
you don't like
should be
potato
hot.
salad?
Mm-mm.
Wow.
I don't like mayonnaise. That's also part of it. Even though I was accused yesterday of
Well, apparently.
liking mayonnaise when I said I like aioli.
Apparently, aioli is mayonnaise, but just greaser. Is what someone texted me.
No, it's fancier.
But it's still mayonnaise.
for people that are put together. Okay.
Good one.
What I need to know. They said, I live in Florida, just 3 hours west of Jacksonville. I'm going to my first away Seahawks game. Congratulations. What are some do's and don'ts for an away game? Get in a fight. No, don't.
Be respectful. You're in someone else's
Be
house.
respectful.
Cheer for your team, but
And you're representing the Seahawks.
don't look at anyone as you cheer. Look at the field as you cheer.
I think sometimes I do. You've attended games as an opposing fan before. What to you was something that made that more fun? Was it like making friends with some fans around you?
Yeah, it was the banter, but it's like you can only take
Like,
it
keep
to a
it-
certain place.
yeah.
You know, and then if something happens and another team wins or makes a big play, you give a nod like, all
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
you
yeah.
got that one.
What I need to know, do you think Gino secretly wishes he'd stayed with the Seahawks?
Yes,
Really?
I do.
I don't know.
I think he does.
I think he loves Pete Carroll,
I think
man.
he's looking.
He says
looking across the
Vegas
street.
fits his style.
Yeah.
Actually, you're
Yeah.
right.
I
he
don't
did
know that
say
he loved
Well, you
it,
know
yeah.
how people talk when they leave.
No.
Oh yeah, I like it better here anyway. I'm a Raider for life.
He also said all that before like the season started, and
Yeah.
I don't know if it fits him so much anymore.
Oh, I'm glad we have this question. Do you think Blue Jays fans will flock to Seattle if the Mariners move on? I need to put out a PSA for
Yes.
Blue Jays fans that this is not a regular season game. I'm talking like it's like when you turn 80 and you're like, should we be so blessed? Should the Mariners be so blessed to advance to the ALCS? No, it's not going to be Blue Jays fans flocking to T-Mobile
Yes, it
because
is.
this isn't a game
Yes, it is.
on April 10th or whatever.
happen.
No, it's not.
Watch.
No, it's not.
It's gonna happen.
No,
Part
it's
of the
not.
reason
Say at
why
least 5,000 fans.
Jays fans come down is because
In
they
a stadium of 44?
all in good seats.
Go ahead,
too.
Well,
Curtis.
part of the reason why Jays fans
I'm
come
not
down
done
in the
talking, Stacy.
regular season is that you see it on the schedule. That date's not moving. Like you can plan months in
Exactly.
advance to come down a
Exactly.
weekend in June or whatever. This you gotta get moving if you want to get tickets to a potential ALCS here.
Tell me what you guys think this means. In the League of Corruption, my fantasy football thread, someone texted and said, guys, I saw a Blue Jay. What's that a sign of? I said, did you kill it?
What?
I'm just kidding.
Have you ever seen a Blue Jay?
Yes, I've seen a Blue Jay.
It's magical.
But what's it mean if he saw a Blue Jay?
No clue.
Does that mean the Mariners are going to win or lose?
Ask ChatGPT.
Curtis, what do you think? Matt, if he saw a Blue Jay today, does that mean the Mariners are going to win or lose?
I mean, that feels like it portends a loss, right?
I don't like it. I don't like it. I think he should have hit it with a rock. Next question. 866-9. Not hit it. Maybe just throw.
Scare it.
Yeah, you scare it. Make it fly away. Don't hit birds with rocks. 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Let's see. Why didn't Gilbert start game 1, which would have made him the game 5 starter? And don't give me the home away splits garbage the Mariners front office spit out. I mean, that's part of it. It's not really garbage. That's a big part of it.
I think that's a big part of it.
In hindsight, knowing that we're now at game 5, where it will not be Logan on the mound, do you bump, or you, Curtis, now disagree with the decision not to start Logan game 1?
No.
I don't think I do.
I don't.
Curtis?
I mean, you don't get here without Logan starting game 3.
Can I just say, I haven't felt in any one of these games that the starter has done them in.
No.
Not
a single game in this series have I felt was lost because of the choice to start.
Sarah Langs tweeted out that the Mariners are one of only like 5 or 6 teams in postseason history to shut out their opponent in the first 4 games of a series through the first 4 innings of every game.
Yeah, I don't think that a starting decision has affected this team so much as random swing decisions, offense not showing up night 1, a bullpen collapse in game 4. Like, we know that maybe some managerial issues that some people had. We know the things that have cost this team, and you're afforded fewer mistakes when you get to the postseason, and I don't think one of those mistakes that cost them has been not starting Logan game 1, but
no.
We'll see. We'll see what happens game 5. A lot on the line, winner take all. We're going to go all Seahawks here. Dave Wyman joining us for The Huddle, coming your way next.
Tomorrow, it all comes down to one win-or-go-home showdown at T-Mobile Park.
Listen to the roar of the crowd again. Swing and a miss, and he struck him out.
I would say we believe in each other and we're ready to fight.
It's a win-or-go-home Game 5 against the Tigers at T-Mobile. Tomorrow, first pitch at 5:08. And there's only one place you can hear the American League West champion Mariners in the playoffs. On Seattle Sports. On 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to, let's stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound.
Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Hear that? Sounds like simple. Valvoline Instant Oil Change simple. No appointments. About 15 minutes to change your oil. Then out the door and back to life.
Yeah, honey, on my way.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Expert service doesn't need to be overcomplicated.
Baseball's postseason is here. Seattle Sports Playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket, 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Sherman. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside The Huddle.
You know, Dave Bump, I never thought I'd say this after a Seahawks loss, but I think that there was a good and bad way to lose. And Sam Darnold, the public perception of him, the national statement made by just being in a duel with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield, I think was a pretty positive one. Again, it was a heartbreaker. No one wanted to see the Seahawks lose this one, especially when they built their way back into it in the second half and it just fell short. But let's start with what we all saw from the offense.
Yeah, I mean, what were there, 10 incompletions in this entire game?
Between both quarterbacks. Yeah, Baker Mayfield, 88%.
Yeah, it was a quarterback's dream, right? Because he was sacked one time, and Sam was not sacked. Ended up with the interception that I didn't really, I thought he got hit on that play.
Also only an interception between them.
Yeah, so it was a good day for quarterbacks, bad day for linebackers. So, yeah, I mean, look, they put up 463 yards. So, yeah, I mean, you talk about, I guess that's a good way to lose, but, losing sucks. So.
Bump, what about you? Your thoughts with this offense leaving that one?
You saw a little bit of everything, right? JSN continues to be that guy. The running game, second week in a row, you go over 100 yards, 122 yards on the ground. And you move the football. There were 5 consecutive drives where the Hawks scored a touchdown. I can't remember the last time they did something like that. So the offense was moving. You protect your quarterback. I mean, he got hit a couple times. I think sacked once. No, Baker Mayfield was sacked once. Sam Darnold wasn't sacked at all. So it was a display, man. The arms were arming yesterday.
Yeah,
Feels like yesterday,
sure
Sunday.
Were 4 for 4 in the red zone. Would have been 5 for 5 were it not a 21-yard touchdown to Horton there on 4th down. Let's transition to the defense just a little bit. We're going to be joined by Charles Cross, and we're going to ask Charles about the offense and Sam Darnold, so we are going to get back to this. But I was trying to figure out, Dave and Bump, leaving this one, whether is this just not having the guys that you would normally have out there? Is this 60-70% injury related, or was this bad execution?
Yeah, I thought it was bad execution because they had the backups in there a couple of weeks before that, and they were just fine. They all did their job. So, but yeah, I mean, it was just a lot of. I don't remember being as frustrated in a game in a long time, just because it was missed tackles. It was, okay, you've got leverage. You're going to turn everything back inside. No, I'm going to sniff inside and go and try to make a play. Guy busted out on the edge. So, yeah, I mean, just very undisciplined defense, I think. And, and I thought going in, look, this is kind of like the battle of the backups, because they had a lot of backups as well. I mean, their offensive line, they had 2 second-round starters that were on IR, weeks ago.
Yeah, they had neither their first nor second string corner.
Yeah, right. So, there was just a lot. And I thought that, the New Orleans game, where it was like, hey, we have good backups, and you just plug in whoever and they're going to do the job, and for whatever reason just didn't get done.
Bump, when it comes to the defense, did you see a group with hey, it was just a really good defense, you got beat, or like Dave, was it, hey, I saw execution things? And maybe a follow-up with that, is it something they can correct against Jacksonville, because they're on the road against a team that's coming off a win?
Yeah, no, it was execution. There was safeties getting fooled by the quarterback. It was corners not getting some depth there. Obviously, the level of play is going to drop when you don't have your ones in. But for the most part, it was like if you just get to the spot you're supposed to be, you might be able to make a play. So a lot of mental errors. So we'll see how they correct it. Yeah, and I think they can correct it. The pass game isn't as potent as it was last week with Baker Mayfield. Trevor Lawrence is a good ball player, but he's no Baker Mayfield. And it's funny that we're saying that the way that we thought about, or the league thought about Mayfield maybe 3-4 years ago. So, no, it's all correctable things. But you can get away with some mistakes when you're just a superior ball player and athlete. So hopefully you get some guys back and you can correct some wrongs.
We're talking with D'Anthony Bell coming up a bit later in the huddle, so we'll be able to ask him kind of what the chaos was like with guys needing to sub in and out already, obviously, with defense, but having to sub out for injuries so often. You've got Julian Love, who didn't play, Witherspoon, who didn't play, DeMarcus Lawrence, who didn't play, and all three continue to be either non-participants or limited in practice. You got a couple other names still sitting out. Is there a name in particular, let's say Rick Woolen, who's in concussion protocol, or Love, who missed last week, that you think, God, if they could get him back, I'd feel so much better?
Yeah, my answer is always Spoon, just because he is such an X factor. I mean, he plays the position really well, but then also he's versatile. He can move him around, and then nobody plays like him. He plays at just a different level and a different speed. And, I think the other thing about him, he's such a great role model, because if you see yourself out there and there's been a couple of times when I played where I'm like, I'm not running as fast as I possibly can there. I'm watching the game, as Chuck Knox used to say. And you look at Spoon, that never happens to him. Ever.
He's a
always
ball of
the
energy.
guy that, So, yeah, him. I mean, I think Julian Love is very close in that way, and that there's a couple of times he'll make plays, and I'm like, ooh, is that Spoon? I'm like, oh, no, it's number 20. So, yeah, both those guys are very important to the defense. And look, I mean, maybe it was foolish for me to expect that the guys that are going to, fill in are going to, pick up right where those two guys left off. But at a certain point, it's about talent, and they just didn't step up in that moment.
Have you guys ever had a game, either in college or in the pros, where let's say one side of the ball, maybe a position group, had a horrible day? And what are those meetings like that week? And kind of what do you feel about yourself that week? I would imagine the defense as a whole, but certainly some position groups are having some tough meetings.
You really just be concerned about yourself, honestly. I mean, when you meet as a group, and maybe you address the offense and address the defense, but then you separate, and it's like, all right, I hope those guys figure some stuff out, because they have to do their job. Me personally, I just focus on the offense. During the game is where it's kind of glaring. You're like, all right, well, we're gonna have to pick up some slack, because obviously the defense is struggling. Yeah. But during the week, it's like, you do you, we'll do me, and we'll figure it out.
Dave, what about you?
Yeah, I don't know about you, Bump. I was always a guy that thought I was going to get cut. Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
So it would be a bad game, and you're going home just, man.
Yeah, exactly.
This meeting's going to be tough.
That's why I used to, and back in the day, it was a VHS tape that I would use. I would record, first of all, Almost Live, which was a fantastic show here in Seattle. It was like Saturday Night Live, local. yeah, they had like Bill Nye the Science Guy and everything. So I'd tape that. I would tape Saturday Night Live, and then I would tape the game. And no matter what time I got home, I would watch the game first.
Yeah.
So I know what to expect when I go in. And some of the, nights that I slept maybe 3 or 4 hours is when I watch myself and go, oh, that's bad. That's going to be trouble. That's not going to be good.
But it feels like even good even good players will have horrible games. We all know that to be true. But here's where I'm stuck when it comes to this defense, guys. This is a defense under Mike Macdonald that particularly in the second half of last year, but over the course of his time here has shown nothing but improvement and nothing but consistency. It's hard for me to be overly concerned, I guess, until I see them struggle more. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mike is much more of like a disciplinarian than we think he is. I mean, I'm sure that there were some guys that got lit up a little bit, and I'm not talking about necessarily screaming and swearing and things like that, but just like, hey, we have to get this done, know. And I think he's kind of old school that way. So yeah, I'm sure that quite sure that that's not the way he wants his defense operating. And again, just a lot of just fundamental mistakes, missed tackles, So yeah, I mean that was something that I mean, look, the offense entirely did their job and provided you an opportunity. You score 35 points, man. You should win that game.
Bump, I'm guessing your concern level is similar, where you're like, I didn't like what I was seeing, but they've got some good guys.
Yeah, because when you watch film, you see, all right, you're a step away from making a play, or you're one player doing not being assignment friendly away from making that play. It's not like they're so far off. And then you take into account just, how you're playing with a couple of backups. There's no disrespect to those guys. I was a backup. I get it. But the flow, it's a bit different. So going back to a question you had a couple questions ago, Julian Love, I feel like I need to see the most, man, because he has the panoramic view of everything that's going on. He makes sure everyone's lined up correctly, and he is a safety net. And that safety net has some holes in it last week.
All right, we're going to be joined by D'Anthony Bell coming up a bit later this hour. So we'll ask him kind of take us inside that day. Like, I'm sure it wasn't easy. Teammates are getting hurt. And then kind of like, what's the plan heading into week 6 against Jacksonville? Before that, though, let's get back to the fun part of the day, I would say, which was the offensive performance in Sam Darnold. Charles Cross joins us next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
That defense made Baker Mayfield look like Tom Brady in his prime. He couldn't miss.
Ultimately, they had the ball one time in the first quarter, Seattle did. They had one drive in the first quarter. I don't know how many plays, 3 or 4 plays. And that was it. Man, what that does to your defense and the overall wear and tear that it puts on your defense is really tough.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app.
Rain is coming. Is your roof ready? The rainy season is approaching fast, Seattle, and 3 Tree Roofing has your roof replacement covered. Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Their professional installers guarantee a seamless replacement this rainy season. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Ryan Rowland-Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at MBAHealthTrust.com. That's MBAHealthTrust.com.
Too many breakup songs getting you down? Put a little bossa nova in the playlist. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Get a good-to-go pass to save $2 every time you use it, and on other toll roads in Washington.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Charles Cross going to be joining us in just a couple minutes here. Let's head back to Seattle's offense. 35 points scored against Tampa Bay. What kind of performance to you? I don't know if they're scoring 35 against Jacksonville. Over 30 a game is pretty tough to do. But what kind of performance to you, Dave, in Week 6 is building on Week 5?
Yeah, I mean, I think if they can continue to get the run game going, that always travels, and that's what we talk about at the end of the season. Is that, you know, the two stats that you want to have going into the playoffs is the run game, and also takeaways, giveaways. You know, the turnover ratio. Seahawks are -1 right now, so they really got to protect the ball, and a lot of that's going to fall on Charles Cross, making sure that Sam Darnold stays clean.
Bump, what about you? You like what you saw from the run? You had been for a couple weeks going like, hey, here are the areas where I'm happy with it, but like, you know, here's where the run game could take a step.
Yeah, they're getting there, man. It's so tough. I'm gonna ask Charles about this. The angles of the wide zone is just hard, man, because the backers see the wide zone and they're flowing. They're getting there fast, and you kind of got to take them where they want to go, is what my coach used to tell me. It's all right, well, if he's flowing over the top, he wants to go there, take him where he wants to go, make the running back kind of figure it out on his own. So, yeah, you see it, but there's a timing of that whole thing that needs to happen.
What makes the angles tougher than, say, the way they ran the ball last year?
Well, like an inside zone
Yeah.
and gap scheme is more of like a downhill. Like so you got to think the backers are reacting to what they're seeing the running back do. So the running back is flying to the right side right now. That backer who's sitting at 4.5, 5 yards is now 4.5, 5 yards now to the right. Another 4.5, 5 yards. You got to get there. When you're downhill, they're getting downhill as well, so it's easy to get body on a body. So
Okay.
it's just and I'm sitting next to a linebacker. You should probably ask him.
Yeah, Dave, I saw you nodding with that one. What are you seeing from them there?
Yeah, I mean, you see a couple of times where it almost looks like the guard and the tackle are like sprinting to the sidelines. And so what it does is, number one, if you can be effective with the run, the play action can be like devastating because, all of a sudden he boots out, it goes the other way. And like you're trying to get out there and in a position, because what happens is you have a B gap. Well, the B gap isn't just right between the guard and the tackle. It moves, it goes outside. And so now all of a sudden you're going laterally. And then, that doesn't put you in a good position to, you got to kind of attack that gap. And, so yeah, it just makes it a lot harder on linebackers when they can execute it. And when you start to get some runs that, work on the outside, out on the edge, all of a sudden, you're going to start flying out there. And that's when play action, bootleg, that kind of thing can really, really be tough, really be difficult. So they just have to perfect that, try to get that going. But yeah, I mean, you got to be able to run if you're an offensive lineman in this scheme.
Bump, we've seen Jaxon Smith-Njigba get off to a hotter start than I can remember for maybe any Seahawks receiver that I've watched. In fact, I went back and I looked at DK Metcalf through the first 5 weeks. Now, to DK's credit, not only does he have 3 years with Seattle of over 1,000 yards, but he has the franchise record for single-season receiving yards with, I think, 1,303 or something around there. So you got to surpass DK before you can brag too much. That being said, Jaxon has more yards through 5 weeks than any one of DK's seasons. He's just been electric.
Yeah, he's doing the same. He's making big play after big play, and that's what we expect out of him now.
Exactly. Offensive lineman, left tackle, Charles Cross joining us right now. Charles, before we get to football, I have to ask you about Japan. I was looking at your Instagram account. Not to be a stalker here, but for good reason. I was trying to find some fun stuff to talk about. I'm so jealous of your trip. First of all, whatever this toast is, looks like the most amazing thing I've seen in my life. Oh my God. I literally, my mouth started watering when I was looking at it. Okay, so why Japan? And then what was your favorite part of the trip? Your photos are amazing.
Actually, one of my close friends, he told me about Japan, and he kind of sold me on going there. Very different from where I come from, where I grew up.
Right.
And I'm curious about other cultures, just learning about them. But for me, Japan was really dope. The people there, the food, the sushi, has great shopping, great art. It's a lot of stuff to do there.
You might have sold me on it. I'm like you. It's like it wouldn't be at the top of my list, and then all of a sudden I was looking through it, going, maybe I want to go to Japan. No, maybe I want to get this toast.
So you're a sushi guy.
I do enjoy sushi, yes.
Yeah, because I was talking to Raible, and he's like, yeah, Charles is trying to get me to eat sushi, but I don't know about raw fish. Have you got him converted yet?
I think I have. He's been eating sushi here and there. For me personally, when I first got here, it was different for me eating raw sushi. So it took a little time for me to build up and get to that point.
Yeah,
you better than me. I tried a couple times and it wasn't for me. The texture or something, it messes with me a little bit.
It's delicious.
So good.
Yeah, some tells me you might have stood out a little bit in Japan. Anybody want to take a picture with you?
Yeah, they did. They I feel like the people were really nice, like generally. Just being tall, big guy.
Yeah.
Like I was standing out.
Yeah, for sure.
You should give sushi another shot. You and Raible should
I'll
let
give it one
Charles
more shot.
recommend like a place or a dish and just go try it out.
Yeah. We played a game in a preseason game when I was playing, and there was a huge crowd around the bus, and like the big guys got like a round of applause, like people were clapping, like wow, and like the bigger the guy was, the more applause.
The more
he got.
applause.
Yeah. And then just like a regular guy would walk on the bus, and I was like,
yeah, the kicker, they start booing.
Look at these huge human beings.
Oh no. Let's jump to Sunday. Obviously not the outcome you guys wanted, but all of us before you got here were talking about not only how blown away we were by the offensive performance, by Darnold, by individual guys, the offensive line. You guys didn't allow a sack in a game in which you put up 35 points is just incredibly impressive. Here's my question for you before we get to specifics about the offensive line. Were there times in that game where, let's say Darnold's like a 50-something yardage JSN, you look down and you go, wow,
I mean,
I'm surprised.
Fun to watch.
I didn't think we'd do that one.
Nah, it's no surprise.
No surprise.
Just the way we practice. Just the things we do and how well we practice. Seeing it translate to the game is a surprise. Sam, JSN, really holding to our offense. You know, just coming in each and every day, working to do our job and continue to get better from week to week.
Tell us what's different about in the run game, like your assignments compared to last year, like that you guys are trying to run the wide zone, and and does that kind of fit your game, the way that you're running the offense right now?
I feel like it definitely fits my game. You know, just being able to run out the ball and be physical at the point of attack. I feel like it definitely plays to my strength. I feel like the O-line and everyone who contributes to the run game, the receivers, tight ends, backs. They just do a great job of just doing their job. Early on in the game, probably get a couple 2-3 yards, but as the game go on, we're getting more yards as the game goes.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if it was last week or the week before, but I felt like you scored a touchdown because there was a running back who was caught up on the 1 yard line, and you kind of just escorted him in, pushed him through. Did they highlight that? I was like, man, he needs some love for that one right there.
For sure. That was that was huge for me. Coach preaches that to us, week in and week out, and being able to put that on film, put that on tape, it was great experience, great for the team, and just continue to build on that.
I love seeing it.
Yeah, he told reporters immediately post game, he was like, that might have been my favorite play all year long. And you guys have had a few to choose from. Did he say anything to you separately? Like, oh, Charles, that was amazing.
Yeah, he said it was a great play. It was a great play, one of his favorites.
I'm glad he passed it on.
You got to be kind of careful on that one, though, right? Because you don't want to hurt your running back, but you're running up there. But I love the aggressiveness there, man. That just seems like. Tell us about your coach, John Benton. He seems kind of old school guy, a little bit.
He's definitely old school, but I feel like he does a great job of getting the message through to us. Getting everyone on the same page, giving us a lot of clarity within the offense, and coaching us up to be the best we can be.
What are you seeing this week? What challenges you guys going to see on Sunday?
First of all, they're a good defense. I respect them. Come in, play our style of ball. From the first play to the last, be physical, finish plays, finish in the dominant position.
Some tells me you're gonna buy some tickets this week, huh? You got family down in Mississippi.
I think it's like I want to say 15-hour drive.
Oh,
is
wow,
it?
what?
No family this
Dang, it feels like it'd be a lot closer than that.
Have you been able to yet? Because you're from Laurel? Okay. Have you been able to yet get to a game where, I'm assuming like your first game, right? Like parents come out. But have you been able to get to a game so far, either this year or maybe last, where you were able to have family visit, or are you still waiting for that one?
Yeah, my family comes out a good amount during the season.
Good.
Yeah, so you're a big family guy, right? Yeah. How often do your parents come out, or your family members come out here to Seattle to watch you play?
Not as often I would like. Them being so far, it's not as lot for them to travel. But they come out like 2 or 3 games a year.
Yeah.
What's a travel necessity for you? Long trip you guys got coming up. What's something you absolutely need to have with you?
My iPad for sure, my headphones, and my charger.
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh, that's the essentials.
Yeah,
I was going to say, it's if you could go anywhere. How about, I would imagine now you started the show by talking about loving sushi and kind of exploring the food palette here in Seattle, but I'm guessing that you still miss some food, at least from the Southeast. Is there going to be any maybe quick stops, at least while you're in Florida?
A
certain dish that you might miss that you can't find around here?
I haven't done my research yet to see what's like in the area or what Jacksonville has.
But if you could snap your fingers and you're like, oh, I'd love to find this.
American Deli.
An American Deli?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what's American Deli? Is that like a chain?
It's a wing spot, so they got like wings, they got fried rice. In my opinion, they got the best wings.
Okay. All right.
We need to start a petition to get one up here then, because I didn't even know. I'm not from the Southeast, so I didn't even know this was a thing.
My
but
cousin used to take me there. Yeah.
American Deli?
Uh-huh. Well,
I'm already on the petition to get Waffle Houses here. I'm having too many petitions.
That too.
Yeah, need that up here. All right, he is offensive lineman Charles Cross. Been fun to catch up with you. Again, I know not the outcome you guys wanted, but we could not stop talking about this offense after the game. So it was really fun to watch. I think most talked about game from the weekend, and here's hoping for a win on the road in Jacksonville. Charles, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Heading to defense, D'Anthony Bell joining us next.
This is where the baseball playoffs live.
This team is fired up. The fans here at T-Mobile Park are fired up.
The conversation.
This is the playoffs, the series we've all been talking about and pointing to.
The anticipation.
This is why you watch baseball.
And where you hear your American League West champion Mariners in the postseason.
It is gone! Jorge Polanco!
Seattle sports playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing. Mention you heard it from me and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Fall rains can expose hidden roof problems, and once water gets in, the damage only gets worse. Is your roof ready for the season? Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. At State Roofing and Exteriors, we repair and replace roofs with a quality you've trusted for decades. And yes, we also provide siding, windows, decks, and gutters to keep your entire home protected. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Home of your American League West Division champion Mariners, Seattle. Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Let's get defensive. Seahawks safety D'Anthony Bell joining us right now on the huddle. Can I
cheat and bring in the conversation that you and Dave were just having off air. It was so funny. Dave, explain to listeners what you said to D'Anthony, who made a stellar play.
Yeah, well, he blocked a punt, and that's really, it is hard to do when you have to practice it. And I told D'Anthony, but that I probably would have missed it because he's wide open. I'm like, hey, there's something wrong here, man. Nobody's blocking me. But he said, hey, if you'd practiced all week like I did, you would have got it.
Got it, yeah.
Appreciate
we have been practicing that all week, so when it came to time to have the opportunity to do it, I was ready for it.
Did you have an indication that there was a problem with their punt, their blocking up front, or were you like, hey, was everybody talking like we're going to get one of these?
Yeah, well, Coach Jay had seen the formation, and they had already did it previously to another team, and they sent the guy off the edge, and they didn't block him, but he just didn't get there in time. So we just basically put the focus in on the angle of the end man on the line of scrimmage to the punt direction, and it happened to work out. I ran the right angle and got the block.
Man, I was hoping y'all get one last week, too, because the Bucs were struggling with their kicking, too. I was looking for it, man. You've had a good journey, man. You went to Albany State, Iowa Central, Butler, West Florida, man. You're like the new age football player. Back in our day, we were stuck. We ain't going nowhere. What's that been like for you?
It's been nice, I wouldn't trade my journey for anything. I feel like it taught me a lot, and I always go through like the mindset of like, if I didn't go through those things, would I be the same person that I am today? So I'm blessed for the opportunities. I'm blessed to everything that I went through, and also blessed to make it here going through all those things as well. So I'm just extremely blessed.
I was going to say, do you think it's made it easier to just roll with punches in life? Because I'm thinking, like, imagine if you were someone, I feel like you see this in baseball more often, like if someone's like, you're a top prospect, you've always been the absolute best, and then you struggle for the first time. But I'm like, man, if you're like not only rolling to different places, but you have to learn new players, new everything, like, do you feel like that just makes it to where you're like, I can roll with anything now?
Yeah, definitely. I think it helps you face adversity well. Now when I face adversity, it's kind of like,
here.
Yeah, I've been here, done that. We can get through anything. And then, my mom was a great help with that. Both of my parents was like, hey, no matter what you're going through, you can still make it through regardless. So even me going through all those schools, they still believed that I would make it to where I am today. So I'm blessed to have them as well.
Well, and you also went to the School of Hard Knocks for a year, right? You did some construction.
Yeah, I did.
With your dad.
I did.
And helped him out. And that probably gave you some good perspective on, like, hey, this is a great job that you have right now, right?
Right.
Tell us about, like what you learned and working with your dad. That's really cool. But just that year where you took time off.
Yeah, so that year was 2017, around the fall of 2017, and we was just doing a lot of like mulch for people in their yards. He was doing a lot of concrete, planting trees. So you carrying big rocks, bags of concrete, you out there in the sun all day in Georgia, it's 95 degrees. I'm like, man, this ain't for me. I need to go back to school and play football. But hey, he's man enough to still be doing it to this day, So I definitely, now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I give him props and I give him kudos for being able to do it for that long. He's been doing it for probably 10, 12 years now. So doing it that long, I don't know how you do it because I wasn't going to do it.
Man, I tell my son, I go, if you really want to play ball, I go play defense, man. Everybody want to be a receiver. Everyone wants to rock. You go to these camps, there's 300 receivers and 100 DBs. What made you choose that side of the ball?
So I actually went to Albany State to play receiver and quarterback.
Really?
And then when I got a call from Iowa Central, I had a homeboy that was at Iowa Central, and he was like, man, we need a safety. And I was like, hey, I'll come play safety. And then I just been playing DB ever since then. So I started playing DB my second year in college. And, shoot, I've been on the road ever since then.
Love it.
What do you make when, now, I don't want to say, is it harder to play now? Because you've only ever played in kind of like the era you have. But, like, we'll follow a million and one guys who former DBs, right? And they'll be like, man, you can never play now. It's impossible. Yeah. Do you feel like that? Or do you feel like, man, you just got to adapt? Or like, this is how I play? What do you think? When people talk about a generational change.
I feel like you can adapt, It's kind of like when people used to play sports as a younger kid. Like, you don't lose it, but at the same time, you do have to regain the skill for it. It's kind of like driving an automatic to a manual sometimes. You're like, oh, I got to really figure out how to work this specific car. So with a specific position, you can adapt to be in that position and play it well.
Can't relate. I'm stranded in that car.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's the first car I ever drove
was manual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
same.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm old, but hey, D'Anthony, what was your takeaway from the game last week? Just kind of some of the things that you can improve on, and what did you see in the film?
I feel like where I can improve is mainly on teams, and I feel like it was a couple blocks I got stuck on where I could have gave a speed move when it was a deeper kick. And I feel like I just could have been in on more tackles and forced field position to be a little better for the team. So that's kind of what I've been emphasizing this week on trying to like beat more blocks on kickoff and being more productive as far as just on the special team unit.
What's your day after like? What's your recovery like after a game?
Recovery for me, you know, the night after the game, I usually just do a meditation. You know, I like to sit in the dark and just meditate sometimes and just get away from just football in general or get away from life and just focus on breathing and breathing techniques that help me throughout the game. So that's usually my after game, what I do for. But other than that, I just do cold tub, ice tub, Epsom salt baths. I definitely do those a lot, and that's mainly like my main routine.
You know, when I listen to these guys, I'm like, I was doing things all wrong.
I wish I would have.
Wait, what were you doing?
I got a 6-pack and a box of macaroni and cheese.
You had guys with just cigarettes on the plane back.
I didn't smoke. Oh man!
I mean, there were ashtrays in planes.
Imagine if we meditated, man, we would have been on a different level.
You guys would be playing now.
I'd still be playing. That's right.
I believe that. All right, last question for me. You guys obviously, been just kind of snake bitten with injuries in a way that's such a bummer. But I would imagine that some of these guys who are big leaders on this team, someone like Julian, is still actively involved, even if he's sidelined with injury. What are those conversations? Do they ever kind of, talk to you or, communicate with other DBs if they're sidelined? And what are those conversations like?
Yeah. Definitely on the sideline. They're looking at the iPad with us, telling us what they see. So that's a big help. And as far as the meeting room, they're very active in the meeting rooms, giving everybody pointers on what they've been seeing throughout watching film at home by themselves. So we all just kind of like co-inhere together, and everybody give their opinions on what they're seeing on film. And he's one of those top guys that he sees a lot. He's a great player, so he knows the game well. So he's been teaching Ty, Okada, me. He talks to Kobe, he talks to Nick, he talks to everybody. So just telling everybody what he sees and trying to help where we all can just be one and win.
All right. Well, D'Anthony Bell and the rest of the guys heading to Jacksonville for this Week 6 matchup. It's going to be a 10 a.m. Seattle time kickoff. Have a safe flight and have a good game. D'Anthony, thanks so much. You guys are listening to The Huddle.
This is where the baseball playoffs live.
This team is fired up. The fans here at T-Mobile Park are fired up.
The conversation.
This is the playoffs, the series we've all been talking about and pointing to.
The anticipation.
This is why you watch baseball.
And where you hear your American League West champion Mariners in the postseason.
It is gone! Jorge Polanco!
Seattle sports playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car, but what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how do you get the most you can without selling it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, which is great, but that's also just the beginning, because once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. Seriously, they've already given back over $800,000 to customers. It's such a great offer, and I know exactly what you're thinking right now, which is probably, okay, but how are they able to do it? It's not a consignment. You get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good? With 5-Hour Energy Shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor, from watermelon to strawberry banana to sour apple. Packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle, you'll get as much caffeine as 12-ounce premium coffee with 0 sugar and also 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in-store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon and give your caffeine a flavor upgrade.
Talk about stepping up. It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app.
all of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
If you're T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024.
Is. You look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. Two friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there, and it was cool because you got to take them through and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with, and so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports. You are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacy Ross. Anytime you preview a game, you got to talk about the quarterback. So let's hear from the quarterback himself, Sam Darnold, speaking with reporters now.
Yeah, obviously, going to the East Coast, got a great opponent in Jacksonville. Obviously got to watch their game on Monday night. Felt like, they played a complete team game in that game against a really good team in Kansas City. So, we're excited about this challenge. Again, I feel like I say it every week now with the defenses that we're facing, but just another great defense that presents a lot of different problems and pressures, coverages, and, the guys that they have tying it all together. So, got a great challenge in front of us, and we're excited about the opportunity.
You guys are going to focus on ball security every week, but when you're facing a team that's taking the ball away like they are, is there any added emphasis, or do you feel like you're kind of doing everything you need to every week anyway?
No, we're always focused on ball security. Myself protecting the football, whether it's in the pocket, being smart outside the pocket, and just taking care of the football in general for myself, but also everyone as an offense. Even kick return, like everybody just forcing themselves to have really good ball security, not just this week, but every single week. But obviously they do a great job of taking the ball away, and we know that.
What are they doing? I mean, 14 takeaways through 5 games is a pretty crazy number. What are they doing?
Yeah, I mean, they do a great job when ball carriers are out in space of punching the ball out, just attacking the football. You see them all over the tape, just, again, like tying their pressures in with their coverages, understanding, where, passes are, where they're more vulnerable as a defense with their pressures. And I feel like their DBs and linebackers do a really good job of, getting into those certain spaces. And so they've been doing a really good job, like you said, of taking the ball away. And we're just going to continue to, do our part to limit those turnovers.
Certainly shows up in the stats, but when you watch film, how does he show up on tape?
Yeah, he flies around. He's a really good player. Both their backers are really good. We got our hands full there, but again, they do a really good job in, making everything look the same, especially in their third down packages.
When you get a chance to watch an opponent you're about to face, like you did the other night, how do you watch the game off TV? What are you looking for?
Yeah. It's a great question, right? Because you can't really see the back end of it. You can't see, what's going on back there, but just how hard they play. I mean, you can feel it, come off the screen that way. And then, obviously you can tell they're really well coached, not only as a team, but, on their defense as well. Like I said, kind of, forcing the issue in terms of trying to take the ball away, and just being really disciplined in other areas of their game as well.
What was your thoughts seeing that touchdown from Trevor at the end? How he
Oh
was
my
able to
gosh.
make something of that play?
Yeah, well, I was, just watching it. I was thinking, get up and throw the ball away. But, man, he did a great job of being able to get up and kind of scramble and find his way into the end zone. So
We've seen you make some pretty impressive plays under pressure, including last week. What did you have to learn about feeling the pressure and when to escape and when to throw the ball away?
yeah, I think, that's kind of the dichotomy, I guess, of playing the quarterback position is like when you have an opportunity to scramble and make a play, you don't always have to make a play. Sometimes it's smarter, especially on first and second down, to just throw the ball away and let our team, fight another down. And I think that's really important to understand. And so I'm always kind of fighting that, the urge to try to go make a play, but also, letting our football team, get to the next down without hurting ourselves.
You guys are toward the top of the league in red zone efficiency, converting red zone chances to touchdowns. What's been working for you guys in the red zone?
Yeah, I think just execution. I know that's very vague, maybe not the answer you wanted to hear, but I feel like all 11 guys just doing their job on that play, and I feel like we're very glued in. I feel like the coaches are doing a great job of, just installing and allowing us to understand the why behind every single play and what defenses we're attacking. So I feel like not only all the players, but all the coaches as well are doing a great job with that.
I think when you first got introduced as the QB here, you talked about those final two games in Minnesota, the Rams and then the Lions. Yeah, kind of what you learned about, yourself, or I guess your game in those games. Did you learn anything from the Jacksonville game last year as well?
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you bringing it up. No, that was a tough game for sure. Again, I think just for me, just being disciplined. I think that's what it comes down to. Being disciplined in my reads, understanding what coverages they're running, what they're trying to take away, and understanding if 1 and 2 aren't there, just being quick to get the ball down or get to my third progression.
How different is this defense from last year's with the new staff?
Yeah, they do some different things. Some similar things as well. I mean, it's all defenses are kind of, not all of them are running similar things, but they're doing a lot of the same things. And I think just what makes this defense unique is their ability to be able to get to their pressures not only on third down but in first and second down as well. So we just got to be prepared, and that's what days like today are for.
I know we ask you probably about Jackson every week, but given that you guys only played 5 games together, how much more can your relationship on the field grow? And how much more can you guys kind of get to? Do you think? Oh
yeah, it can. It's always growing. Our relationship to be able to play our best football. It's always just the conversations that we just had at our walkthrough. Those conversations go a long way. They continue to help us out there on the field, and we're going to continue to grow as a connection.
You got thrown into the starting position for the Vikings last year, had a lot of quick success. Clint Kubiak, had a lot of quick success in New Orleans last year, and you guys are now having quick success together here.
Sure.
A lot of teams take a while to get to that. Why do you guys think you guys have clicked so soon?
I think it's a lot of hard work that's put into the offseason, not just by us, but everybody, in this building, defense included. The guys on offense, the offensive line, tight ends, running backs, receivers. I can go down the list. The coaches as well. There was a sense of urgency when we got here in March and April to be able to just put our best foot forward and do what's best for the team. And so when you don't have any ego involved in anything and you can just attack every single day and be honest with each other and, have that open conversation, open dialogue about, what works, what maybe we can do better, things kind of go a long way and they move fast. And I think just that sense of urgency that we had early in the off season helped us get off to this start, and we just got to keep it rolling by taking it one day at a time.
Sam, how's your run game? You're averaging 113 yards a game. How's that helping with the overall offense?
Yeah, I think that's a huge key to the offense is being able to get the run game going, and continuing to push it, even late in the game as well. So, yeah, having a great run game is always going to help our success as an offense, and we're just going to continue to work on that and do what we can days like today to continue to get better at that.
You're one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the NFL this year, no sacks last week. What can you say about the guys up front, what they're doing pass protection-wise?
Yeah, I think, I said it after the game, or maybe last week in the presser, but just their communication that they've been having up front, and to be able to hear that as a quarterback, it's very comforting. And again, there's kinks that we're going to work through every single week, but to be able to work through those kinks during the week and not on Sunday, I think that's the key. To be able to see every single look with every single protection that we have and be able to, figure out kind of the issues and the problems that we might have with the defense that we're playing. So, we go through all that with a fine-tooth comb, and we're just going to continue to do that as an offense, and just the way that those guys have, their relationship, I think, with one another is really the key thing that I see with everything, is just those guys in that room are so close, and the closer that they get, the better that they're going to continue to play.
Both games you guys lost, there was a couple turnovers, and there's been a turnover, at least one in every game. How do you guys get to zero in that number?
Yeah, I think, it's everybody, straining to finish. I think that's the biggest thing. I think the takeaways that you see on tape, especially with this team that we're playing, their teams going forward with the football, and maybe guys in the back end or linemen that are, maybe trailing the play aren't necessarily running as hard because they think the play's over, the guy's just going to go down. But sometimes when you're trailing, myself included, if I hand the ball off and I see Ken cut it back, I might be a little, I might be eager to kind of follow him just in case. So, that's just little effort every now and then, and straining every single play, I think will help that number get to zero.
AJ's already got as many touchdowns this year as he had all of last season. What is it about him being an option for you down near the goal line that brings and added something to the offense for you guys? Yeah, AJ's been great. I mean, obviously there's a lot of focus on, guys like Jax, Coop, Torrey, and then you have AJ kind of in there with the line and, certain guys guarding him. He's a great weapon to have as a quarterback. And I think at the end of the day, the ball is just finding him. I'm going to go through my progressions and do what I can to try to get the ball at the end zone no matter what. And the ball's finding him right now.
On the Darnold play, did you feel like you had a free play on Sunday?
On which one? Sorry.
Throw to Darnold, rolling left. There was a hold, I think, or there was some flag. Did you flag a free play? Or
No. I was keen to that just because I saw the safety come down and cut the crosser. So I knew there was no one in the back end. So I knew Reek was one-on-one. So he makes hundreds of plays out here all the time. He made them a ton in the preseason. So I figured give Reek a shot, and he made a play. It was awesome to see.
Let's hear from receiver Jaxon Smith-Njigba. JSN speaks with reporters live from Seahawks headquarters next.
This is where the baseball playoffs live.
This team is fired up. The fans here at T-Mobile Park are fired up.
The conversation.
This is the playoffs, the series we've all been talking about and pointing to.
The anticipation.
This is why you watch baseball.
And where you hear your American League West champion Mariners in the postseason.
It is gone! Jorge Polanco!
Seattle Sports Playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey Mariner fans, Rick Riz here. Fall is here, and it's the perfect season to power up with Steel. Made for America and trusted by the pros. Steel is the preferred handheld outdoor power equipment provider of the Seattle Mariners. From the ballpark to your backyard, Steel's battery-powered tools deliver the performance you need. Want a discount on your next online purchase? Just text the word Mariners to 26931 to receive a special offer. Text Mariners to 26931. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
Do you need a new roof? Then visit 3treeroofing.com to get $500 off your roofing project by scheduling a free estimate. 3Tree Roofing's certified team builds a custom plan for your home using top-tier materials with industry-leading warranties. All of their install crews are factory certified to ensure that your roof can handle any weather Seattle can throw our way. Don't wait until leaks turn into expensive damage this rainy season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Sherman. He's going to go. Touchdown!
Seahawks! Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. You don't sound good. You go get that. Time to go inside the huddle.
Wide receiver Jaxon Smith-Njigba speaking with reporters at Seahawks headquarters right now. Let's take a listen.
When you look at facing a Jacksonville team that is really opportunistic on defense, what are the reminders you give yourself anytime the ball is coming your way?
Yeah, just be at the right spot at the right time. You know, that's the name of the game. Execute in precision and timing with the quarterback. You know, that beats a lot of coverages, especially zone and man also. So just keying in on my fundamentals, making sure, like I said, I'm at the right spot at the right time, and then just execution.
When you have a really strong chemistry with a quarterback, what kind of plays does that show up on the most?
Plays where you normally probably wouldn't get the ball, and then the ball's right on you. There's a couple plays like that this season. So just sticking with you and giving you a chance, knowing that, we put the reps in and that, it's going to look like the situation and practices have been, and, like I said, just executing it from there. So those always feel good, to catch those type of balls.
Could you tell that was emerging quickly with Sam when he got there this spring and everything?
Yeah, I could. Some routes, I had to really tell myself to expect the ball every play, honestly, because, it could be there. And, that's kind of the attitude and approach that I have came into the season with.
When you guys started out in OTAs, the defense seemed far ahead of the offense. When you were at that point, did you anticipate being this far along this quickly?
Honestly, I didn't know how the season would look. I know that we were going up against a really good defense. And, I definitely trusted the process and believed in our guys, to do the job. When you look at the names and across the board on our offense, just showing up, day after day. I definitely had confidence, didn't exactly know where we can take this thing, still don't, but, excited for the ride.
You said you had to tell yourself to expect the ball every play. That was your mindset coming into this year. As opposed to what? Like, what would you think, like, your first couple of years?
Yeah, some looks, a receiver, a receiver can, start to think, oh, they gave us this look, I shouldn't be, it should be going somewhere else. But, just flipping that mindset, like I said, and understanding that, no matter what, just expect the ball because, it could happen. And, and that's what we've kind of seen a little bit of.
Were there times at OTAs or training camp where, you got to look where it's like, oh, the ball probably should go here, and then you're like, oh, damn, Sam threw.
Yeah, it definitely was a learning experience, firsthand, like I said, I just had to flip that mindset, some balls, so a couple footballs caught me off guard, so just have to be ready at all times.
You mentioned mindset. Coach McDonald was commending you yesterday for that, of your willingness to be great. I'm curious for your and where does that stem from? Where did that develop? What were some key role models for you on that front?
Yeah, honestly, just I've had the knack of it, for when I was young. Honestly, I just love the game, and I respect, all the great players, all the good players that came before me, and something that I've reached and tried to work towards, ever since I was a little kid. So nothing really has changed from that aspect. I think just the love for the game has pushed me and excelled me to, wanting to be great every single day.
When Mike was asked about your deep catching ability, you have a deep pass or deep reception every game. He mentioned your ball tracking, like how well you track the ball in the air. Is that something you've just sort of innately always had, or does it come, like, I guess, where does that come from? Is it other sports? Is it?
Yeah, I think naturally. I think even like playing baseball when I was a younger kid, like I was a shortstop and they would hit the ball kind of short center field and I would go and catch it and run into people. Like that was just kind of my thing, just go get the ball. And I've always been a wide receiver ever since, I was 3 years old. They would send me on a corner route and the ball's up in the air for a long time. So it's just something that I've naturally been doing all my life.
Is that different, like based on the quarterback? Is it different tracking like one quarterback's deep throw than another's?
Not really. Not really. I think it's just situational. Sometimes it's a 2-ball, sometimes it's a 3-ball. You know, over-the-shoulder catch, you know, is kind of something that I've always done as a receiver.
What's 2 and 3?
2 and 3, 2 is kind of like a shorter line drive. 3, it's like a big ball. Maybe it's a 1 or 3. It's kind of like more up in the air. 2 is kind of like, you know, flat at you. So just the quarterback tendencies, kind of all the same. You know, for me, football's in the air, no matter where it's from or who it is. You know, that's just what it is.
I think you were mic'd up. I think after the game, you talked to Emeka, and some Bucs coaches looked like they showed some love too. Did you know any of those coaches?
Yeah, I knew Coach Strong, Coach Charlie Strong. Him being at Texas, you know, me being a Texas kid, watching him. I was always a fan of his. That's really it, though. Ran into Baker a few times, and obviously Emeka. But yeah.
Has that been common this year with the coaches or whoever players, maybe the ones you don't know, just being like, wow, man, you can play?
Yeah. There's a lot of coaches, you know, I've seen from, you know, pre-draft and, you know, that, you know, you catch up with. Some I have built relationships, not a lot. But anytime, you know, to see a familiar face is always cool, especially in the game that we play. It's such a it's just an honor to play this sport and live in the dream. So, you know, whenever you can catch up with friends or family, it's always cool.
You put in some work to put on some weight, some strength this offseason. Are you noticing any impact of that in your play?
Yeah, I mean, the goal of mine was to get bigger, faster, stronger, and, you know, that's how I feel. And I think you can see it in my play a little bit. So, you know, just going to continue to take care of that and to grow. You know, I feel like I got some years to continue that. So I'm just taking full advantage, and it's definitely helped me this year so far.
What did you do to do that? What did you change in your training?
You know, I think I just spent more time on it, honestly. My vacation break wasn't as long as it was in the past years, and just getting in the gym, you know, every single day, and you know, just working literally every single day.
Where does strength help you the most as a receiver?
Yeah, I mean, strength, you know, to get faster, to, you know, the strength and the power, you know, it comes from that. It's kind of my engine. So, you know, it's lower body, you know, even feel like my arms, you know, being able to pump, you know, faster. I feel like it definitely, you know, correlates. So strength and speed. So make sure to stay on top of that.
Did you put on weight, or just trying to change muscle mass? Or?
Yeah, in the beginning of the off-season training, I gained a lot of muscle, and then it kind of shaved down. Kind of shaved down to like my normal weight, but I still feel like the muscle mass. I'm usually around 197, 202 pounds, so, you know, just flirting with that.
You talked about how you take some pride in the blocking the run game. Cooper obviously does as well. How much time do you guys spend in the receiver room actually watching film of your run blocking versus your route running? A lot. There's a time blocked off to where, you know, we're going over the run plays, and Coach Frisman Jackson made a little cut up for us each week to make sure, you know, we're on top of it, because it is very important, you know, if we want to be successful, and we all know that. And that's something that we want to be great at. You know, we want to be a great overall sound receiver room, and blocking's a part of that. So we take time, you know, to make sure our keys are right, and to know what it's going to look like, and then just execute from there.
When you were on with Rich Eisen, he asked you if you had any goals. Statistically, I would imagine he was asking. You didn't want to share. Does anyone know those goals, like family?
Does anyone? I don't think so. Yeah.
Is there a reason you just keep those to yourself?
Yeah, it's just personal for me, you know, honestly. And, you know, I don't want to be called crazy or anything.
Do you have, are they just known and you got them in a notes app on your phone or something?
Nah. I wrote them down a long time ago. And Yeah, I wrote them down a long time ago, and we'll see what happens. Like I always say, I think my main goal is just helping this team and getting to the playoffs, helping us get a ring, and I feel like all the personal goals just fall in after that. It always has for me. Once I put my mindset, with the team goals, and I just leave it at that.
Have you achieved a couple of them already?
No.
Coming up next, voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible joins us. This is The Huddle.
The fact that it was Julio that did it,
Brock and Salk.
I thought it was my favorite moment of the season.
Morning 6 to 10.
But for Julio, you have the long story arc of Julio trying and over-trying in these big moments to finally come up with that huge hit.
The pure, childlike joy and love and passion pour out of Julio.
Brock and Salk. Morning 6 to 10. Only on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. It was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore. So he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, joins us now. Rabes, how's it going?
It's going great, Stacy. How are you guys?
Good. I don't want to spend too much time looking back at that game against Tampa Bay, especially given that it was a loss. But I will say I did not expect it to be a shootout. How surprised were you, especially calling that second half?
Oh, ask Dave. I was probably the most surprised person on the planet. It was one of our keys to the game. Low-scoring, defensive game, two really good defenses, and we have a 38-35 game. I mean, that just goes to show you I have no earthly idea what I'm ever talking about.
Boy, you screwed that one up. Jeez. Well, maybe if you had somebody, a radio partner, to help you out, it would be better. But hey, that was kind of a frustrating one, Rabes, and it seemed like we talked about going in. The keys to the game were, one of them was you got to win the battle of the backups, and it just seemed like they were a lot of. I mean, I thought the one, I guess, encouraging part of it is I felt like those were kind of an easy fix. I mean, you had guys not holding their leverage on the edge. You had missed tackles, and it seemed like things like that. I think it was very frustrating, but it's also something that I feel like they can fix. I don't want to say easily, but it can be done.
Yeah, and it also shows you that in anybody's defense, any scheme, and I think everybody is in agreement that Mike Macdonald knows his defense and he knows how to scheme things. And he knows how to get the most out of his players. But the scheme is only as good as every single guy doing his job on any particular play. And how many times did we say during the course of the game, well, if he'd have taken just a little bit better angle at that, or if he'd been able to contain, or if he had dropped deep third instead of following that receiver into the flat like his eyes were leading into, all those things are fixable. But it's just a matter of when sometimes you get some new guys in there that they just don't quite know how the guy around them is going to react, and that's a really difficult thing to overcome. But I have no doubt that literally before Sunday night was over, Mike and his coaches had already looked at all the tape and had decided here are the things that we need to do. And now we're going to go across country and play Jacksonville down there. They've got a pretty good team. They're 4-1. I wouldn't be surprised if in fact some of the young guys or the reserves still have to keep playing, that we don't see maybe a little bit of a contraction on how much you're asking them to do. Let's simplify a little and let's make sure we do it all right.
Raves, I forgot, maybe it was the post-game show after you left. I was telling the guys, remember when ESPN had instant classics, right? They would dub a game an instant classic. That's what I think that was last week, just the back and forth. But, receiver to receiver, man, when's the last time you've seen two receivers go at it like that with Emeka and JSN? Wow.
And talk about the incredible closeness. These two guys, both Ohio State receivers. They kind of look a little bit alike out there on the field. It's just phenomenal. Two things jumped out at me and I can say this to somebody who played wide receiver like you did and I did, that they're playing a different game than I ever played. They're just phenomenal athletes, the things they can do. And just as important, the training, the background that they have, the pro-style type offenses that they played in lends itself to having these guys ready to play in the National Football League. And then on top of that, they're just wildly skilled athletic players. For me, it was fun to watch. Unfortunately, it wasn't fun watching Egbuka, run right through the middle of the defense and make catch after catch. That sort of gets you down a little bit. But it was still quite a display of great skill. And then, of course, you had to have your quarterbacks on target throwing the football, and both those guys did a great job.
Speaking of one of those guys, Sam Darnold, he's been statistically better here than he was in Minnesota, which I by no means came in with low expectations, but I thought, I hope he can be as good. And instead what you're seeing is a more efficient start for him. Does that pass the eye test to you? I mean, when you're watching these games, calling these games, what have you seen from him?
Exactly what you're saying. It passes the eye test. I think, and it started, and he would tell you, from the first day that he signed his free agent contract with John Schneider and company. And he came into town and immediately started working with offensive coordinator, quarterback coach. What do I have to learn? Let's get it all down long before we ever get to even training camp. So he had such a great knowledge and a great grasp on this offense. Plus, he'd run similar offenses in the two places he'd been prior to. So he was, I think, so in tune with what Mike Macdonald and of course Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator, want to do. He's just been remarkable. He's been so effective, so on target. A couple of interceptions, and what are the odds that in the second to last play of the game he's going to bounce a ball, he's going to get bumped, and a ball is going to bounce off a defensive lineman's helmet and be intercepted by a diving linebacker who's 14 years in the league. I mean, you can't write that kind of stuff. So, sometimes you just have bad luck. But, boy, oh, boy, he sure has made virtually every play he's had to make.
I'm going to put this out there for the Texers, 866-979-3776. Do you think I could cover Steve Raible right now?
I'll let you know what they say.
What do you say, Raible?
I'd say back in the day.
No.
now?
We're talking
in this
now.
day.
Oh, crap. Right now, I need to have – my walker isn't right there beside the broadcast booth. I mean, I'm in trouble. But then again, you weren't fast before. You're really not fast now.
Rave said, I got that 4.3.
Oh, man. Here we go. Yeah. That was what do you see out of Jacksonville, Rabes? I mean, it's interesting how much they take the ball away. I mean, it's crazy, but they're number one in the NFL. But just looking at that team, I mean, they go on the road and beat San Francisco, and then they take the Chiefs down on Monday night.
Yeah, they're head and shoulders above where they were, and again, even though yes, Trevor Lawrence is playing pretty well. They got a really good running game. ATN's got almost 450 yards rushing, and they pass the ball well. Their defense has been playing lights out. As you said, they've got 14 takeaways.
Yeah.
That's just – they're number one in the league, as you said. And so those are the kinds of statistics. When you're in a close game, that decides games. We just had one happen this last Sunday. We had one happen the first Sunday of the season. One takeaway at the end of the game makes the difference. So the Jags are doing a terrific job that way. And I kind of think they're also a team a lot like Tampa Bay. They want to play tough defense. They're sound in their defense. They're aggressive, but they also want to run the ball. They got a quarterback who can run differently than the last two quarterbacks we've seen. This guy's he's a big, strong guy. This guy is 6'6", 220, 205 pounds. So they're an all-around good football team. I'm hoping they're going to be tired after Monday night, but my guess is they're just going to be even more excited because they beat the defending AFC champs. But listen, we got a really good team too, and we're 2 plays away from being undefeated. If every day was whatever the Christmas thing is. Anyhow, something in nuts. We're ifs and buts. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
I remember now. I've had too much coffee. Thank you.
Matt, I say we cut that final answer from Rabes and just hang on to that one. He was the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. Thanks, Rabes.
Thanks, Rabes.
If every day be Christmas. I'll work on that.
Yeah. I want that done by the weekend so you can use it in the broadcast.
Golly. Okay, gotcha.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Raves.
Raves.
I think we've already got what we're going to use in the broadcast, and that's what he said to wrap it up, which was if any day was whatever, who cares? John Boyle joining us next.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing, and mention you heard it from me, and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here with Luke Wilson, a local owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington.
Thanks, Rick. Just like October baseball, Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington is stepping up to the plate. Mention Go Seattle when you schedule, and you'll score 15% off, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. This is your chance to swing big. This offer won't be around for extra innings.
Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports. Let's take a step over enemy lines and learn a bit more about this week's opponent. Jags team reporter JP Shadrick joining us right now. JP, if I were to tell you the Jags would start the season 4-1 and we were back in August, what would you assume happened? And is that the reason they're 4-1 right now?
Well, that's a great question. You looked at the early part of the schedule, and there were a lot of winning teams, a lot of playoff teams from the previous year, and there's a new regime here, so it's like, okay, what is really going to happen if you can get out of this thing, 3-4, going into the bye week, 2, whatever, you never know. but their defense is played out of their minds right now. And that was really unexpected to do what they're doing at the level they are with taking the football away. That's really changed the dynamic of everything. The offense still is trying to find its full footing this year, which we kind of thought was going to be the trend. It might take a little bit to get going, and they've run the ball well. And that combination, defensive takeaways and running the football, has really carried this team.
What is the deal with Devin Lloyd, man? I remember watching him at Utah. He has 4 interceptions, leads the league. I went down and I looked at all of his interceptions. It looks like just instincts, man. He's dropping to where he's supposed to drop, and he has soft hands. How has he affected his defense?
I've been asking that same question about what is going on with Devin Lloyd for like 3 years here. Because he's not been playing well. I mean, he's been a liability, actually, in the previous regimes on defense here. And now he's in a situation in this new scheme where he can play downhill. Like they're rushing him some. They're playing him closer to the line. He can read and react and go fly around, tackles for loss. Last year or two, he's chasing receivers 20 yards down the field. That's bad for business. So now it's, in a certain situation like you saw against Kansas City on Monday, faking the blitz, stepping back. It's great film study. He's always been a smart guy. It's just, he has limitations physically of what he can and can't cover in the pass game. And they're utilizing him the right way. And so it's a good timing. It's the final year of his rookie deal. They did not take the 5th-year option, so this is year 4, and he's going to get paid if he keeps on this trend for sure.
Hey, JP, I knew plenty about Brian Thomas and obviously was really interested to see what Travis Hunter would look like on this team, particularly on offense. But, man, tight end, Brenton Strange has really been a weapon there, especially when it comes to picking up some first downs, second on the team right now in receiving yards. How's the offense been utilizing him?
Yeah, Brenton Strange has been really, really good, and it's unfortunate that he came out of the game with a hip injury on Monday night, so I'm not sure of his availability. We'll see as the week moves along here, moving ahead. They've used 3 other tight ends as well, but none really have that explosive ability as Strange, and he's kind of been the safety net for Trevor Lawrence when everything else down the field hasn't been there yet. Strange has been that guy he can rely on, and then he's really big in the running game as well. Lead blocking, pulling, like everything that goes into that. So if he's unavailable, that's a big miss for the Jaguars. And then for Brian Thomas Jr., some drop issues early in the season, but just maintaining the consistency, throwing the football to him, and he had some big catches on Monday night as well. And then Travis Hunter really, I think, broke out on Monday night. It was the longest I think he had played on both sides of the ball. He's been playing both sides all year, but that one down the field over 2 defenders, that's something that's hard to teach. Not many people have that in the NFL. That's the first time we've seen that in a Jaguars uniform.
What's the progression of Travis Hunter been? I look at his numbers, pretty even when it comes to offensive plays, defensive plays. One game was kind of lopsided. Have they figured out what side he's best at, or is this going to be something that they'll continue to do throughout the year and maybe next year?
Yeah, I think it's just a continued progress with it. I don't think there's any timetable. There's no rush. There's no rule book. It's whatever he's comfortable with, whatever the opponent shows you as well. I mean, they can change it week to week. Like if you're playing a run-heavy team, you're probably not going to see a lot of him on defense. There's no need for him to go in there and try to fill run gaps. He will because he'll do whatever the coach tells him, but that's not ideal, right? So that's why I think you're seeing some fluctuation in the actual snap count some weeks because it just depends on the scheme and what they're going against. So I think he's a more natural defender. Read, react, the way they play zone a lot. He's a really good man corner too. But then on offense, okay, there's so much going on in this offense, pre-snap, motions, shifts, and I think he's really kind of only learned one of the positions on offense. So it's like, you got to be careful, make sure he's lined up the right way. So I would say he's a little more ahead mentally on defense than he is on offense. However, his ability down the field and when he has the football in his hands changes the dynamic. When he has the football in his hands 5 yards off the line of scrimmage, it's like, all hands on deck on defense because this guy's going to make 2 guys miss. And you don't want to be posterized by Travis Hunter.
Hey, what can you tell us about head coach Liam Cohen? I know that he went viral for the Duval kind of thing, but it seems like a likable guy. Obviously, good stuff with the Bucs. How's the first couple weeks been there?
Yeah, he's fun, man. I mean, and he took a lot of grief for that thing in his opening press conference, which is silly. I mean, he's just trying to endear himself. Yeah, I mean, he's excited. He's 2 hours on the job, and it was just kind of taken out of context. So But he is uber competitive, and he may not come across that way in the public setting a lot. Like he's, very measured in what he says, but he's very honest with media, and he does a good job with that thing. But you get in front of that room and in front of his team, and it is a different animal. We're fortunate on Jaguars.com. We have this series called The Hunt, which is kind of a behind the scenes, cameras everywhere, hard knocks feel, right? So we get to see a little bit of that when those come out every month or two. And his passion is evident really quickly. And I think that carries over to the team. And he's earned that respect in the off season. And now it's just carried over because the results are coming. And they're not playing clean football. And the things he's been teaching and preaching all off season are showing up on Sundays and Monday nights. And that's really earning him a lot of credit with this football team.
What's the progression of Trevor Lawrence been like? You look at his numbers, they don't wow you, but he has flashes, right? Obviously, this young man is talented. How does the staff feel about Trevor Lawrence and the city of Jacksonville?
Yeah, I'd like to welcome everybody to the Trevor Lawrence experience who has not seen this firsthand before, because this is what Trevor Lawrence football is. I mean, 1 week he'll put up 3 touchdowns and no picks and a run and do things. And the next week he'll throw a couple picks and there's never a tight spiral, or, he'll make stupid decisions and throw a pick 6 or whatever. And the next week he comes out and runs it 5 times for 60 yards. And this Monday night game was just a microcosm of all that. I mean, he had issues at the line of scrimmage, getting to the ball late, and they had a couple delay games in the game, which has been a problem all season so far. And then, he makes incredible throws down the field in key moments. 3rd and 7 on the last drive, down 33 yards down the sideline to Brian Thomas Jr. Perfect. It might be the best throw of his career. Unbelievable. And then he throws it out to De'Ami Brown on the left, which, if he throws the post to Travis Hunter, is a touchdown. That's another story. So he's leaving some out there too. There's that whole push and pull. You just he's missing some things, but he's making some things happen. And then, I mean, the whole play, the touchdown to take the lead is just it's his career in a nutshell. You get knocked down, keep fighting, find a hole, and score. I mean, that's Trevor Lawrence football in a nutshell.
Yeah, really fun game to watch. Heading into this game, I think up here in Seattle, we're all keeping our eyes on the defense to see, who's going to be out there. They might be a text away from trying to get me and Bump to go out there and play corner or safety. I have no idea. But we know that that's the Achilles heel heading into this one. We know, oh God, if you got a ton of backups, like you might get beat deep. And so that's kind of what we're watching here. On Jacksonville's side, is there an Achilles heel of sorts for this team, either that's been persistent through the first 5 weeks or that might be especially true this week?
Yeah, it's a good one. I think the interior of the defensive line has not been consistent enough. They've had some issues in the pass rush game, not getting interior push a lot. I got to watch for Trayvon Walker this week on the injury report, defensive end. He had a wrist surgical procedure on his wrist early last week, so missed the Monday night game. If he plays, it's probably going to be a club situation on his hand, so we'll see how that affects him. But other than that, I think they like what they're doing on defense. They're upset about their performance against the Chiefs, putting up nearly 500 yards. So if you're 4-1 and mad, that's a good sign on defense. Then on offense, I mean, it's the question mark at tight end. You guys talked about it with Brenton Strange out. They've got some injuries on the offensive line as well to look through. Monheim could get a start at center if Hainsey's hamstring is not right. We'll see how the rest of the week goes with that. But that's probably a couple areas I'd look for.
He is Jaguars reporter JP Shadrick. JP, been a pleasure. Thanks so much.
Thanks, JP.
You got it. Have a great week.
Have a good one. John Boyle joins us next.
MLB Network insider John Morosi every week with Wyman and Bob.
Well, I had the pleasure of hanging out with Dave. Got a chance to do a couple shows with him.
Oh, that was quite a weekend, my friend. And Dave, I got to tell you, Bob is all heart, man. He is all invested in these games. I'm so programmed to try to watch these tense games with an air of equanimity. But, man, I love how Bob brings the emotional investment to this. It is a great way to experience sports.
See the full conversation on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to, let's stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by two of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Mike, you were able to lose about a pound per day for over a month, 35 pounds in total.
Well, as much as I'd love to take all the credit, really, I was just following the plan. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic made it super easy, and there really was no part I struggled with. I was eating delicious, fresh food, all while losing weight. The accountability from your team was great. It just helped me keep the focus. I felt catered to the entire way, and I think Ryan really had a similar experience.
No doubt about it. I just finished up the program and I can't believe how well it worked. I wish I would have started sooner. Talk about motivation. So, thanks for the recommendation.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside. Just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks Monday Night Football game October 20th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, October 7th through October 13th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
John Boyle joining us right now. And John, I want to start by talking about Sam Darnold. And I opened the show by telling Wyman and Bump that it was so funny kind of being so positive about one half of the ball, considering that they lost this game. But I was so encouraged by the offense, by Sam Darnold, by what they were able to do. Really wish it would have been a win, because we would have had an entirely different tone coming out of this one. But I was looking up Sam Darnold's EPA per play, completion percentage over expected through 5 weeks last year with Minnesota, through 5 weeks this year with Seattle. He's outperforming drastically where he was last year. And it's shocking because I just didn't expect it. What have you seen?
Yeah, I mean, it's when the Seahawks signed him, the question was like, boy, that year sustainable? Can he do that? And I remember kind of even hearing the narrative, like, they don't need him to even be, great. They have this good defense. Like, as long as he can be solid. And, like, to your point, he's even better than he was in what was an outstanding year last year. I mean, by a lot of these advanced metrics you're citing, he's one of, if not the best quarterbacks in the NFL right now. It's wild to watch. It's unfortunate. I mean, if the defense can just get one stop or if they can complete that one drive. I mean, if we're talking about a 99-yard game-winning drive, that's such a different feeling. Or if he, doesn't get kind of a fluky interception, I feel like they got a great chance to go kick a game winner there. So tough finish, but yeah, it's hard not to be super impressed with what he's doing.
Yeah, and he seems to be like his superpower is just to be the same guy every play in, play out, no matter what the adversity. He seems to almost thrive in that situation. And man, I think he's been more than we thought.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, I thought he was going to be a good quarterback for them, but I'd be lying if I thought he'd be quite this impressive this early. Especially, I mean, so much is new. He's, new quarterback, new targets that he's throwing to, new scheme, and
Well, and it's not just him compared to last year. It's him compared to the rest of the league right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's not just, he's better than he was last year. He's playing better than just about everyone in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
How's his he seemed pretty calm after the game over the interception. Like, he realized it was just such an unfortunate situation. How's he been this week?
To Dave's point, he's a very steady guy. I mean, that's just who he is. He's not a big emotional highs and lows kind of guy, which I think is good for that position a lot of times, to just sort of not overreact to too many things. He, after the game, he was a little hard on himself. He said, less so about the throw. The actual throw was kind of just dumb luck that it glanced off a helmet when he was just trying to throw it in the dirt. But more so pre-snap, he thought there were some things he could have, recognized pressure-wise and done something different. But yeah, I mean, he's a steady guy coming off wins and losses, and I have no doubt that he's going to just come back and be himself this week.
Taking on Jacksonville on the road. It's going to be a 10 a.m. start here, obviously. But this team is 9-1 on the road under Mike Macdonald. That only loss coming to a very, very good Lions team. And weirdly, some of Jacksonville's numbers are better on the road, too, this year. So I don't know. Maybe that favors Seattle. But what have you learned about the way that this Seahawks team under Mike Macdonald, and frankly, under Carroll, they did a good job, too, kind of handles their schedule or their preparation for road trips?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I was going to point out it really goes, I mean, not that Mike's not doing a great job, but this predates him. Yeah, I mean, they were really going back to, some of the best years under Pete Carroll. There's been a good road team for a while. Now, 8 wins in a row on the road, that's pretty wild what they're doing right now. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's just the way this team prepares for the road. The leaving 2 days early helps a lot when they go east, I think. And then I think a lot of it's just like sort of an approach and a mentality thing of, you hear players talk about kind of they like being, we're on our own, it's us against everybody, that kind of attitude. But yeah, it's pretty darn impressive what they're doing on the road, where it's in the past, for most of Seahawks history and NFL history, if you're coming off a tough loss and like, oh man, now we got to fly across the country and play at 10 a.m., that's rough. And now you're like, cool. Right. They do pretty well in that. Let's see what happens.
Jump back to it here.
Yeah. What was Mike's mood like this week? It was very frustrating watching it, just because it seemed like, this was the same group of guys that executed against the Saints.
Yeah.
And, they had backups in there. And, it just seemed like there were very fundamental things, which I think the good news is, I don't want to say it's an easy fix, but what the problem is. And then, but also, that seems like that's kind of what gets Mike fired up, is when you don't do just the fundamental,
Yeah, you could tell after the game he was pretty unhappy. Not so much at his players. I mean, I'm sure there's things he wishes players had done differently, but as a good head coach does, he put that on himself. Of like, if a player screwed up and didn't do something right, that's because we didn't prepare him well enough. That's sort of how Mike approached it after the game. That, saying they just need to do a better job, getting guys ready, making the right calls for them, getting them prepared. But once you flip the page on the game, I think Mike, much like what we just said about the quarterback, he's a pretty steady, even-keeled dude that, like, he's going to just flip it to, once we get here to Wednesday, Thursday, when we're into football mode, he's just, boom, next game, how do we get better? And, hopefully get a little healthier on defense. That would help a lot. I know they can't use, nobody can say after a game like, oh boy, injuries really screwed us over there. But they were playing without 5 starters for a lot of that game once Reek and Derek Hall got hurt. So it's tough to be at your best when you're missing that many good players.
Are the Jags for real? What do you think?
I mean, I don't know how you can say they're not when you look at not just their record, but who they're beating. I mean, it's like They're coming off back-to-back wins over San Francisco and Kansas City.
Yeah.
Those are legit wins. I know last week's win ended kind of crazy and kind of a goofy play for the game winner, but they put themselves in position to do that. And yeah, I mean, I'll be curious to see over the course of the season, like one of the ways they're winning is with a league high takeaways by a huge margin. And that can be hard to sustain, but they're doing a lot of things well. They look pretty legit under Liam Cohen.
Is there something that this Seattle team's doing well that you think isn't being talked about enough? So, for instance, we know that JSN's been great and Darnold, but is there something else where you're like, yeah, I didn't realize that they were great here?
I mean, honestly, it shouldn't be overlooked as well as the quarterback's playing, but pass protection. Sam Darnold is one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the NFL, and some of that's him getting rid of the ball and him making plays when there is pressure. But that front, we all thought this team was going to really lean on the running game, and they are getting better there. We've seen improvement, and I think they're going to be a good running team by the time all is said and done. But they've been very prolific passing in large part because they're keeping Sam Darnold pretty clean.
Well, did you get a chance to see any of the guys that came back last weekend? Anybody that stood out to you? That I saw Cam, which I still am just in awe of Cam Chancellor.
Yeah.
But I got a chance to see Max Unger. I saw Rufus Porter. Who'd you see?
Yeah, I didn't get a ton of time to catch up with those guys, but
Me neither.
I was down the sideline pregame, saw a few of those guys. It's just, for me, it's, I covered everything from the Pete Carroll era and on, so seeing some of those more recent guys, Cliffs, the Mike B, and Doug, and all those guys. But yeah, it's, really fun to have so many great players around for the week.
Yep.
Let's wrap up with a really simple key to a win from all of us. And John, though you're our guest and you always go first, I'm going to have you go last this time. I'm going to go in this order right here: Bump, Wyman, you, and then I'll wrap up as well. But we'll keep it simple. Keys to a win. We still have a minute left here, so you guys have some time.
Keys to a win.
Key, just one. Just
one?
Just one for you. One for each of you.
Cool. Be around the pass catchers. The Jags have the most drops in the NFL.
Wow.
They also have a really good receiver in Brian Thomas Jr. You got Travis Hunter over there as well. But they've shown that if you're just around them, their hands aren't the stickiest. So be in position. Alignment, assignment, execution.
Alignment, assignment, execution. Be sticky in coverage. Wyman.
I'm going to go with you got to win the takeaway battle. I think it's very odd that we don't have a fumble recovery. We don't have a fumble recovery this year. But, we got some interceptions, but they're -1. And this is the number one team in takeaways. Are they +7, +8? So, yeah, the Jags, they need to take the ball away because they're, you're +8. You got 8 more possessions than everybody else in the league. So, to me, that's the key.
You said the Jags lead the league in drops?
Yep.
And then no fumble recovery for Seattle. I'm learning all kinds of fun facts. Boyle.
Yeah, it's just oddities, right?
I know.
I want to see the Seahawks pass rush get going. They were missing 2 of their edge guys last week, and it showed. They didn't get to Baker Mayfield very well. And much like Sam Darnold, they have not been giving up a lot of sacks over in Jacksonville either. They're protecting their quarterback well. So I want to see, whoever, whether it's, if they're not fully healthy up front, maybe you got to send some more blitzes, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Make Trevor Lawrence uncomfortable, get the ball out quick, make him make some bad decisions, or hold it for some sacks, and get maybe that's where the turnovers come from.
I'm going to be boring. I'm just going to say control time of possession, get that run game going again. Continue to build off of what was
not boring,
pretty,
Stacy.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for encouraging me. This is what I turned the segment into, is just you guys giving me compliments by the end. Seahawks Jags is Sunday, 10 a.m. start for this one. Bump on pre and post. Wyman on the call with Raible. Make sure you're checking out John's work at Seahawks.com. This has been The Huddle.
You've been listening to The Huddle, exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app. Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks. Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks safety Nick Eamon-Wari.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live, tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, we can't keep an eye on everything, unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. If you're 50...
Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by
To settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters. $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems. And $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro loyalty for details. Subject to change.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners with the day off today. They get back to it tomorrow in a decisive Game 5. They are a game away from the American League Championship Series. They got to get through the Tigers. They got to get through Tarek Skubal one more time, and now we know that the Yankees lost. That game will happen at 5:08 first pitch. You can catch it all right here, Seattle Sports on 710. Meanwhile, 2 games coming up tonight as the Dodgers fall to the Phillies big last night. Phillies staying alive in this series. Dodgers remain 2 games to 1 in the lead in that series, and that this game taking place in L.A. coming up a little bit after 3 p.m. Then a little bit after 6 p.m., the Cubs, who got back into that series, take on the